to all of you to this National Conference on PM GatiShakti and National Logistics Policy. We start with the stakeholders consultative session, which will be chaired by Mr. Sudeep Datta, Chairman of the ICC National Committee on Infrastructure, and the esteemed panelists that we have in this session are Mr. Kanishka Setia, Chairman of the ICC National Committee of Logistics, and Mr. Vikas Lohia, Chairman, ICC National Committee on Railways. May I please request the distinguished guests to please come to the dais.
Yeah, I think Mr. Setia will join in a moment. At the outset, let me thank all of you for taking your time out of your busy schedule and being here today. Very grateful that all of you have been able to make it. And I can promise you that this will be a very rewarding day of interaction. We'll have the Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal coming in a while. And what he had requested is that while he would be talking about his vision and thought, but he would also look for suggestions and questions from our side, so you'd want to make this as interactive as possible. So I think we have representation from private sector promoters, we'll have people from PSUs, people from the government, so we have a large number of stakeholders around here, and therefore we look forward to a very, very interactive and useful day ahead. I'd also like to thank Paramita and the ICC team for having organized this conference on a national basis, and I think this is a very, very pertinent and important topic. Just a few weeks back at Davos, Ernst & Young EY, we released a report called India at the Rate of 100. The report was released by the Honorable Railway and IT Minister, in this report, what we tried to predict is what would India look 100 years at the 100th year of independence, that's 2047. So we tried to map what is the growth trajectory of India that we see going forward in the next 24 years. And that was a pretty deep exercise that we did. What we looked at is what we expect is that in 2047, on the 100th year of India's independence, the per capita GDP of India would have gone by 6 times, and we would have a per capita GDP of USD $15,000. We also expect that at 2047, we would have a GDP of US $26 trillion. So that's the kind of expectation that we have, and we're confident that India would continue to be one of the fastest, it would be the fastest growing economy in the world, and we would be able to reach that kind of numbers. To achieve this, we had looked at some of the growth enablers, which are very critical for reaching this very aspirational target. And the 3 things that came up in our mind, one was, of course, digitization. Second was developing infrastructure for the future. And third was making the manufacturing industry more competitive. And I think a lot of these aspirations, a lot of these enablers are covered in the initiatives that are being taken up under the logistic policy. The another number that I would like to mention is, at this point of time, about 40 to 45% of India's working population is engaged in agriculture. And if we look at it comparatively, it's only about 1 to 2% in developed nations. So as we move from the developing nation to developed nations, we would have a huge amount of migration of job coming into the manufacturing sector and services sector. And therefore, it is just not to ensure growth, but also to ensure that we have adequate job opportunities created. It is very, very important that the Indian manufacturing sector is becomes more stronger, and we would also be able to capture a much higher share of export. And I think this is one of the reasons why this GatiShakti and the logistic policy comes out. And therefore, just to set the perspective, why is logistics so important? And I think many of you, or probably all of you, would be aware that about 14 to 15% of the Indian GDP is spent on logistics. So we spend 14, 15% of our GDP just for moving goods and services from one place to another. The global benchmark is about 8%. So that's a pretty low-hanging fruit. If we are able to achieve the global standards of efficiency, there is 6-7% of GDP savings that is there. The other thing is that there is something called a LPI, Logistic Performance Index, if I've got the name right, LPI, which ranks various countries according to the perceived logistic ease of doing business. India has been hovering between 40 to 48. I think the last time that we had the number, it was probably 44. And obviously not the best of numbers for a country which is looking to be the fastest economy. And therefore, there is a need to address that. So therefore, this is where GatiShakti comes in, and there are two very, very tangible targets that have been put in by the government, which is to be achieved by the government and the private sector and all the stakeholders. One is to improve competitiveness and cost. So that means a savings of 5% of GDP by reducing the logistic cost. That's not a cost-cutting efficiency. We are not looking at cutting cost, but we are looking at improving the efficiency, which would reduce cost. So that's the number one. And second is to bring about the ease of doing business so that India progresses from the current 44 to the top 25. On an aspiration basis, both of these targets are expected to be achieved by 2030. So that is the kind of activity and the kind of pace in which this has been done. This whole aspect of improving logistics is not something that has started in 2020 or 2021. I think the exercise goes back to about 10 years or so. 2017, the GST was introduced, which was one major step towards improving movement of goods. We had the e-way bill coming in. Then we had on 21 the GatiShakti coming in. Then the national logistic policy coming in. So there's been a slew of initiatives that have come in that has been implemented specifically to reduce the logistic cost. So just to talk about, and we will after this have a small presentation on GatiShakti, on logistic policy, basically to sort of share what are the views, what are the steps, what are the actual action that is being taken in place. The structure is more or less very simple. We have the GatiShakti at the top. GatiShakti sets the vision, and it has an incredible GIS database which has mapped the entire economic and infra development across the country. There's about 1,000 plus layers in the GIS map, and this is an absolutely breathtaking exercise. The little bit preview that we have had showed that I don't think there's an exercise of that scale, anywhere near that exercise of that scale which has ever been done. So it is an amazing exercise which actually maps the entire infrastructure economic development on a GIS platform. That's the number one. The second thing that it attempts is that to bring in a concept of government as a whole. Currently, we have several amount of sectoral plans that are happening. The shipping ministry would be doing Sagarmala, the road would be doing the Bharatmala, there would be Uran in the airport side, all great sectoral initiatives. But the attempt here is to bring all the initiatives together and to bring it in one platform. And the GatiShakti does not only integrate the obvious ministries like transport or road, it also brings in some of those not so very obvious like social, health sector that comes in. So therefore, we have the GatiShakti on the top. The national logistic policy gives the direction in which it goes. The Uniform Logistic Interface Platform, ULIP, provides the ease of doing business. And then at the implementation level, we have a consolidated logistic action plan. That is basically to look at and address as to how this will be implemented. So the CLAP talks about how state can be engaged, how sectoral plans could be developed, how disputes and problems can be resolved. So it's a very, very comprehensive series of initiatives that when combined together would really contribute to the logistic benefit. But this is, as of now, substantially a government initiative. I think one thing that we would like to do in this conference is to also take more inputs from the private sector, understand more from the government as to how the private sector and the government could work more closely together in getting an understanding, to get an understanding of what is actually happening, and we have all the policies and schemes that is being talked about, it's all there. But what is it that is actually happening, and what is it that we expect to happen in the next 2, 3, 4 years on the ground? And how can the private sector contribute to more, and also to understand what is the expectation of the government from the private sector. So, the interaction that we would like to have when the Honorable Minister is here could be around that line. I would also like to thank two of my colleagues, Mihir, who's coming from Bombay, and he would be giving the presentation on the logistic, and Chandana, the director in EY in Calcutta, for coming in, so helping us to build the contact. I request Mihir, my fellow partner in EY, to run a presentation to us, which would give us an understanding of what the framework is, and also to give a preview of some of the key action points that has happened. Thank you.
So thank you, Sudeep, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mihir Shah. I'm a partner in EY on the strategy and transactions team. I focus on transport and logistics. I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to the entire ICC team for kind of giving this 10-minute stage to brief you on GatiShakti and the NLP. We are very fortunate, and I specifically, given that I work very closely with DPIIT, I author the Leeds report, which I guess most of you would have read, and I directly work with DPIIT on GatiShakti, NLP, and many initiatives. So I'm very happy to share my thoughts, and more importantly, make you aware of what is actually going on behind the scenes, because I think a lot of it is probably not known in the public. So, I'll start off with GatiShakti, because that's kind of the buzzword everywhere right now. So traditionally, the sector on infra has really suffered from many planning issues. And I would say 4 issues that I've put on the slide is really disjointed planning across the various arms of the government. So you would have an expressway built and a semi-high-speed rail also being built on the same alignment. And many examples where really 2 arms of the government were simply not talking to each other. And that was resulting in excess expenditure, duplication, etc. The other problem that was happening in the sector was that a lot of capacity was being created, but was not being utilized because it did not have the connectivity, or it did not have the offtake infrastructure. So a lot of investment was actually sitting and not generating any returns. The third was around standardization. So if there was a railway crossing that had to be built, and MORTH, which is the road transport, was supposed to do an ROB, then the guidelines and the designs for that would obviously be there with the MORTH agency, but would again go to the railways for approval, which would again take a lot of time. So really there was no standardization between the ministry itself. And last, I think all of us have gone through that pain of clearances, be it the local clearance or be it the environment clearance. So really these were the 4 or 5 big mega issues that were impacting the sector as far as infra is concerned, that really got the government thinking in terms of how do we solve this. Now, if you look at, there is a group in Government of India which tracks very large, high capex infrastructure projects. And there is a dedicated team that really works with the states to solve issues. Majority of the issues on large capital projects around land and environment and forest clearance, 60 to 70%. And that's no surprises. But really the problem statement was very clear in front of all of us. So the idea and the whole philosophy of GatiShakti really came of saying how do we bring the government, all arms of the government, be it the center, the state, the city, the district, all arms of the government, on one platform to have more efficient planning. And that's where the whole essence and philosophy of GatiShakti came in. Mind you that, GatiShakti as a concept, I mean, I in my interactions with many people in the marketplace, this whole philosophy of GatiShakti itself is somewhat blurred. Right? What is GatiShakti? Is it an approach? It is an investment program? Is it a tool? What is GatiShakti? And I'll try to kind of decode what GatiShakti is so that everybody is on the same page at the end of the presentation. But in very simple terms, GatiShakti can be defined in 2 parts. One, it's an approach of really redefining how we develop infrastructure in our country. And that is basically a whole of government approach. So that's one part of the philosophy and approach of GatiShakti, which I think is transformational, completely transformational. Many attempts of this kind have been done. Australia has something called Transit, which is very, very similar to GatiShakti. Germany has, Finland has, so many countries have sorted it out before. And the second is a platform through which that philosophy and approach is now put to ground, which is the BIZAG GatiShakti platform, which I'll show you some snapshots on. So really, in very simple terms, GatiShakti is an integrated whole of government approach, which truly is happening today. Second, and that approach is built on a GIS open source technology platform on which multiple layers of infrastructure that are there in our country are loaded, and I'll show you some snapshot. The idea is that every single highway, every single railway line, every single industrial park in our country will be mapped and will be visible. As of today, it is visible only to the government. But hopefully in the future, and that's a question that you'll probably ask to the minister, when will the private sector get access to that? Because it will be a game changer once it is made public. The second is once you have the visibility, is then to plan. So, today on GatiShakti portal, right to the Khasra level, that is the lowest unit of land, is now plotted. The plotting of forest area, plotting of environmentally sensitive areas, everything is plotted on that portal. So I really need to know that if I'm passing a alignment or I'm putting a industrial unit, am I going to be impacted by these regulations or not? That is now visible through this portal. So really it's also about efficient planning of new projects and ensuring that there's no duplication, there's no delays, etc. And the last part of GatiShakti is ensuring multimodal connectivity, which is now a common theme across our policy and also in our, the latest budget that came through in terms of a lot of investment in first and last mile connectivity and multimodality. To ensure that this great idea and approach and technology is really effectively put to use, the government has also put a very clear institutional mechanism and a governance mechanism which looks after and ensures that the intent is actually translated on action on the ground. So you have at the center an empowered group of secretaries, which is the EGOS that you see at the top, which is headed by none other than the cabinet secretary. The highest civil servant in the country sits and heads the EGOS. And it is made up of all other secretaries of all other ministries. You have the network planning group, which actually does the complicated stuff in terms of looking at all projects. And then you have the technical support unit, which is like the secretariat to the NPG. So this really, in very simple terms, is what GatiShakti is. So let me now further unravel and unpeel the onion, as we say. These are some of the layers of the portal. So you have the highway layer, you have the railways, you have the all the airports, and there are many, many other layers. Close to 1,300 layers have now been mapped on GatiShakti portal. This includes layers of all the central ministries, all the state governments. We are a federal country, so it's not just about Government of India, it's also about the states. So the states are fully on board. On all the 36 states and union territories that we have, all of them have put their GatiShakti portals on place. All of them have put in the mandatory 23, 24 layers. So really at a very granular level, there is, for example, in Gujarat, they have actually gone to a city level now. So all the layers of the city are there on GatiShakti portal, right? So as I mentioned, this is the institutional structure at the center level and also at a state level. And now they are going at a city level. So really it's now being percolated right down to the lowest level, and now from city to district. So you can imagine the level of clarity and granularity that this initiative is having. It is not just an idea. It is actually getting implemented at a very, very granular level. And I think credit to Government of India for that. So what's the status as of now? As I mentioned, more than 30 central ministries of Government of India are on board. All of our states and union territories are on board. They've put the portals in place. 1,300 layers are there. All the transport ministries are there. At a district level, as I mentioned, is there. Close to 50 plus high impact projects worth 5 lakh crores have now been approved. So there is a guideline which says that at least at a Government of India level, any project which is more than 500 crores has to go through the network planning group and through GatiShakti. It has to be evaluated through the GatiShakti portal. Only then will it get sanctioned from the Finance Ministry. So there is a threshold, 500 crores and above. That means that all large projects will go through GatiShakti. Now that is again the level of thinking that's already gone through, that we don't want to just create a platform. At a state level, for example, now in Gujarat, I'll take the example again, any large project which needs finance approval will not get the approval unless it is processed through GatiShakti. Because the idea is to ensure that two departments are not making the same investment on the same stretch of the planet. So I think that's the level of thinking that's gone through. You would have seen in the budget 75,000 crores allocated for first and last mile connectivity for 100 projects. And there's also a line, I think, para 50 of the budget speech, where 15,000 crores is also going to come from the private sector. Those 100 projects have been identified through the GatiShakti portal. They have actually looked at all those critical projects and identified where there is a last mile, fast mile connectivity issue. For example, ports. There are many ports, both major and minor ports in the country, which do not have rail connectivity or which do not have proper road connectivity. They are some of the projects that are there in the list of 100 projects. So really a lot of application and action that we are seeing also through the budget on the GatiShakti aspect. How is GatiShakti really helping at least the ministries and the government? One is that it is giving every ministry a clear view of what the other ministry is doing on a project that they want to implement. So for example, in the Department of Telecom, the rollout of 5G is being done completely through GatiShakti. They are mapping the whole country on towers, so they know that there is no land available at a place where the tower is to be constructed. They go and talk to the right state government or to any other ministry who owns the land. There's a lot of ease that is coming now, because especially for North, which is building all the expressways, where the alignment is now being changed so that they don't have to go through a forest area or they don't have to go through an indigent area, and they're saving significant amount of time and cost. And I think I'll talk about it from a private sector point of view, what it means. And last is basically the connectivity and the multimodal part of things. So clearly we are moving away from a very traditional survey-based thinking to now a very digital way of planning our infrastructure. That really is the on-ground reality. So benefits, one, it's certainly saving time and cost as far as Government of India is concerned and the state governments are concerned. From a private sector point of view, I think it is really, really de-risking projects. If I take the example of highways, there's a session on PPPs at the end of the day. We have really moved from a BOT session kind of to a HAM, and now we are again thinking of BOTs, where private investment is really driving it. Now, if I have projects which are planned through the GatiShakti portal, and I'm able to really avoid environmental issues, I'm able to kind of do acquisition of land beforehand, it will significantly de-risk my project. When a project is de-risked, the cost of debt, the reinsurance, all of it goes down, because I'm not passing on that risk to the market. So it will have multiple channel-on, flow-on effects, which are significantly important. And last is basically the cost of logistics. There's obviously a lot being said in terms of cost of logistics being very high, and there are various differing figures, 14%, 10%, 8%. But I think the point is, as Sudeep mentioned, it's not about reducing cost, it's about improving efficiency and then seeing where the cost is. And certainly GatiShakti, in that sense, is a direction, absolute right direction. Going forward, given that all the good stuff that's happened, what is the real driver going forward? Right? How do we sustain the momentum that we need? One is, we see that there is a real need for effective collaboration and mechanism between all parts of the government and I think the private sector also. So I think that's something that is work in progress. Very clear mechanism for integration and consultation. The third, and I think the most important part, which I think is currently not being done, is to really understand where our freight is flowing. See, any policy has to be data-driven. And today, we really don't know how our freight is moving to a great extent. So any setting up of infrastructure has to be also linked to the freight movement. So I think the movement of freight is very, very important. The fourth, Sudeep mentioned about ULIP. I think the level of digital revolution that is happening in our country is second to none. The digital revolution started with the health sector, where we created the health stack, and now is being rolled out to all sectors, and logistics is not new to that. With ULIP, with the National Marine Portal, I mean, you are all going to benefit from, or already benefiting from that process. And I think I won't go through all of them, but I think the other one is basically stakeholder capacity building. I think both from a private side and from the government side, it really needs to be amped up because we are at the cusp, I think, of a great logistics, paradigm. So I think GatiShakti in that sense is absolutely timely, but also for everybody to be ready for that cusp of wave. I think it's important that we build capacities pretty fast. So I think that's broadly, an overview of GatiShakti. I hope that everyone got some sense of what GatiShakti is. Just 5 minutes now on the National Logistics Policy, which is, 2 minutes, sorry. Which is also similar to, on the lines of the GatiShaktis. I think all 6 elements of integration, optimization, standardization, and modernization. Very, the good policy, part of the policy is that it got very clear targets. One is reducing the cost of logistics to below 10%. Second, we want to be in the top 25 rather than being 44 of LPI. And last is data-driven, logistics exercise. So there are real action that is happening on all these 3 verticals. Reducing logistics cost. So I'm happy to tell you that there is, for the first time, an exercise that is being initiated in Government of India to measure cost. What is the real cost? Because there's so many definitions of cost. So that's something that's already happening. A lot of multimodal MMLPs are being constructed. On LPI, again, I support Government of India on improving the rank of LPI. So I know there's a lot of action happening. And last is the whole element of digitization, which is already ongoing. And this is just the fact that, a lot of policy GatiShakti is now translating into the budget, which is now at 10 lakh crore, which is the highest allocation that you've ever had. And 90% of that, 99% of that is to roads and railways, right? So that itself augurs very well. Just to give you a sense of multimodality, more than 35 plus locations are now being planned for multimodal hubs. All of this is already happening, right? A lot of planning, studies, etc. are being done. The first one in Chennai was awarded. I think Reliance got that. But many more are already on the way. LPI, again, obviously we are at 44, but I know that government is working very hard to essentially improve it. And a lot of it is actually happening on ground. And this is just a summary. So I think, that's kind of some of it, Sudeep, from my side. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thanks a lot. Mihir, I really think that gives us a very good overview of GatiShakti and the policy and the major initiatives that we have taken. I think in the interest of time, we would like to move on, and I'd like to request Mr. Kaniksha Setia, who's the chairman of ICC National Committee on Logistics, to share his views.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Thank you, Sudeepda, for the introduction. Thank you, Dr. Singh, and my honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. Ernst & Young has done my job quite well. I couldn't have explained it better than they have. So what I'm going to do is keep it simple and give you some of the personal inputs that I have about GatiShakti, having worked in this industry for about 2.5 decades now. So the Pradhan Mantri GatiShakti Yojana basically encompasses on two Hindi words, which is Gati and Shakti. Gati means speed, Shakti means strength. So the idea is if you know the multimodal aspect of logistics in our country, if the road transportation aspect of the infrastructure in our country, the rail part, the port part, all of it could be integrated, simplified, and made into a situation in which they would all interact with each other and create value. It was seen that the country's growth would get a real impetus. So a government study shows that every 1 rupees which is spent on infrastructure basically entails a growth of 2.5 to 3.5 rupees in the GDP. So this became a critical thinking, critical idea in the country. And October 2021, the scheme was launched. Under the GatiShakti scheme, 2 or 3 salient things are envisaged to be done. One of them is the national highway construction of more than 25,000 kilometers. This for people who spend some time on the highways in our country, either as a professional or as a passenger, knows is a hypercritical requirement that we've had for decades. People who live here locally in Delhi have spent maybe 7 hours, 8 hours getting to Jaipur. People living in Bombay maybe had spent the same amount of time getting to Pune. People in Guwahati spent 12 hours getting to Siliguri, and so on and so forth. There were hundreds of examples like this. With the improved national highway system, as well as the state system, we see that the logistics or the turnaround time has drastically removed everywhere, not only for passengers, but also for commercial cargo. What it does is it has a multiplier effect on industries, people, and infrastructure. How? Suppose a truck, not suppose, in reality a truck in the 90s would travel cross-country less than 200 kilometers a day. So a trip from Jamshedpur to Bangalore, 1800 kilometers, was anywhere from 8 to 9 to 10 days on average. Now, with the improved infrastructure, with the e-way system, with no barriers on the states, the same trip is done in 3.5, 4 days with relative ease. And I'm talking about articulated trailers carrying 55 tons. Smaller vehicles are achieving even more. So an average of 150 odd kilometers to 200 kilometers a day, which was considered good, has now gone to 550 to 600 kilometers a day, which is almost 80 to 85% of the transits that developed countries do. It's incredible. So we've gone from 1/4 of the transits that the Western world had 2 decades ago to almost 0.8 and dramatically rising every year from there. So this has an incredible effect on the country. So the first thing that the GatiShakti scheme envisages to do is to build highways of 25,000 kilometers. To go with this, the national dedicated freight corridors, which are coming up, which are almost there everywhere in the country. There's one from Pakistan border almost, all the way into Calcutta, which is the north to east corridor, and there is one which is running east to west. Work is progressing very well, and these dedicated freight corridors is going to be a game changer for rail logistics. How does that work? Right now, assume that you're on a rail corridor in which the passenger trains also moves and your goods trains also move. So common sense is, if there is a Rajdhani which is running from Calcutta to Delhi, and there is a goods train which is en route, it is going to be shunted, because obviously you're not going to have the passengers stranded on the route, right? Because Rajdhani needs to reach from Calcutta to Delhi in 18, 19 hours, whatever. So what happens is, any goods train which is on the way gets shunted till the passenger movement happens. This is common sense. This is the standard protocol. But what it does is it reduces the transits, it increases the transits for the goods trains. It's shunted willy-nilly everywhere. It can be standing for hours, sometimes for days. What that does is that the users of the facility are suffering really badly. 4 days, 5 days, 6 days to go cross country, 8 days, 10 days. So what the government did was envisage this dedicated freight corridor, which is exactly that. The corridor, the rail lines are dedicated for movement of goods. What that does is, then you are able to compete, or in most cases even beat, road transits. Incredible statistics that come across. I'll give you examples from the time of Corona, when basically all the rail routes became dedicated freight corridors. There was no passenger movements. We had movements of trains going from Vizag to Odisha overnight. I had train movements going from Odisha to Maharashtra in 36 hours. I had trains coming from Panipat to JNPT in 24 hours. And these are all startling numbers. The concept became very, very clear to me that once we have the dedicated freight corridors coming, this is going to be the norm. So with the 25,000 kilometers of road infrastructure, there's going to be 400 new trains which are going to run. A lot of these are going to run on the dedicated freight corridors, not only for freight as well as passengers. There's going to be a substantial increase and upgradation of all our ports, all our airports, as well as mass transit measures. All of this leading to a dramatic reduction in logistics problems faced by the industries, and will help in logistics cost reduction and increasing productivity of the industry. So these are, some of the benefits that come in, that accrue from running the GatiShakti plan. Some of the numbers I just wanted to give you guys of the national infrastructure pipeline projects, what is envisaged. 25 lakh crores into energy sector, 20 lakh crores into the road sector. Irrigation, rural, agri and food processing is 16 lakh crores. Mobility is another 16 lakh crores. Railways is 14 lakh crores. Port and airport 2.5 lakh crores. And digital infrastructure 3.2 lakh crores. That's the kind of outlay that we are looking at, which will, the GatiShakti scheme will basically subsume the 110 lakh national infrastructure pipeline that was launched in 2019. So all of this is going to come into this, and one of the other major aims of GatiShakti is also to have 11 industrial corridors and 2 new defense corridors. What will all of this do? It will help in fulfilling the ambitious targets set by the government for 24-25, including and expanding the length of national highway network to 2 lakh kilometers, creation of more than 200 new airports, heliports and water aerodromes. So all of this, when all of this comes together, the significance of this is that apart from the direct benefits such as employment generation, demand for raw materials for construction, there would also be indirect benefits to the economy. The second order effects are really significant here. People and goods will obviously move much faster between destinations, reducing logistics cost, and at the same time have an amplifier effect for the logistics industry as a whole. How is that? sticking to the same example of Jamshedpur to Bangalore 10, 12, 20 years ago, if a trailer was taking 9 days to go from Jamshedpur to Bangalore, couple of days to unload, reload, and then come back, we are looking at a turnaround of about 20 odd days in doing a single trip. That means the vehicle would make a trip and a half in an entire month. If we are now looking at a 4-day transit and sticking with the same rudimentary loading, unloading process, we are looking at a 10-day turnaround time. What does that mean? You have gone from 1.5 trips in a 55-tonner vehicle to more than 3 trips in a month. So as a logistics professional, even if I have to pass on a substantial cost saving to the principal, I will still be making much more money because I'll be sweating my assets that much more. We are looking at doubling the sweating of assets pan-India, in some cases even 3 times. So what that will do is will dramatically reduce the logistics spend. So Deepda had briefly mentioned it. For the sake of not being repetitive, 14 to 15% of your GDP going into a logistics spend is an incredibly large number. So 8 and 9% is the target that we have. If in the first cluster or in the first 5 years, if we can bring it down to even 11 or 12%, that is a national saving of 3 to 4% of the GDP. As you all know, our GDP is a $5 trillion economy. So, you can do the basic math. It's a big number. Again, I would like to remind you where I started from, that studies by the RBI and the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy have shown that for every rupee that the government spends on creating infrastructure, the GDP gains are worth 2.5 to 3.5 rupees. So the multiplier effect is tremendous here. So this is basically what GatiShakti is. It's a step in the right direction. It addresses a lot of structural issues that we had. It addresses a lot of secondary problems that we had as well. And the GatiShakti National Plan will take the confidence of India to the pledge of Atmanirbharta. This master plan will give impetus, that is GatiShakti, to the 21st century. This is the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi while launching the PM GatiShakti National Master Plan. So that's my presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and also giving us some live cases of how things are evolving. I think moving on to railways, one of the issues that keep coming up is the multimodal split that we have, with the roads having about 60% dominance and the railways still 30%. So if we have to bring down the logistic cost, railways needs to increase its share substantially. So we have Mr. Vikas Lohia, who's chairman of the ICC National Committee on Railways, and I would request him to share his thoughts.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Datta. So we've already heard a brief view on what GatiShakti is all about, and I'm going to talk about the railway aspect. So railways is one of the core pillars of the GatiShakti and the national logistics policy. So to implement this policy effectively, what railway has done is they have created a new directorate called the GatiShakti Directorate. So this directorate has representations from different railways, divisions and departments like signaling, track, finance, etc. So the main objective of this directorate is to identify, review and approve projects in a single window clearance. So this really speeds up the entire process of approvals. We don't have to wait for interdepartmental clearances. It's all done under a single window. So as Mr. Datta pointed out, so one of the main principles aim of this policy is to bring down logistics costs. So right now, India's logistics cost is around 13 to 14% higher than the global average. Logistics sector in India is predominantly been dependent on roads. Roadways have 60% of market share in comparison to 25% share globally. India's dependence on railways is only 30%, whereas the global dependence on railways is 60%. Road transport is expensive compared to railways. It is around 2.2 per ton kilometer compared to 1.4 for railways. So there's a big gap that is there. Road transport also increases carbon footprint, whereas India wants to become carbon neutral by 2030. So there's a big advantage for everyone if logistics moves from road to railways. So now to reduce the dependence on road, I will briefly point out what railways is doing. Network expansion and improvement. Approximately 40,000 kilometers of new rail lines are going to be built in the next 5 years. This will enable the reach to increase, effectively reducing congestion on roads and bring down logistic costs. Rolling stock. Now, Railway last year placed a record order of 90,000 wagons. So I'll just give you a brief example. In the previous years, Railways used to buy only 10,000 wagons per year. Last year, it placed an order of 90,000 wagons. So Railways is quite serious to increase its share in logistics. Railway is also encouraging private sector to buy wagons under various schemes. For instance, a lot of the automobiles in India are being dispatched by roads. So Railways is encouraging OEMs like Hyundai and Maruti to buy auto car carrying wagons so that more and more automobiles can be transported to rail, bringing down logistic costs. For the first time, Railway is going to procure advanced technology wagons. Railway is planning to procure roughly 50,000 wagons this year through a global tender. So these wagons will have lots of advantages. Traditionally, wagons manufactured in India right now have a lifespan of 20 to 25 years. Now, these wagons will have a lifespan of 35, 40 years. Again, for the first time, the Indian manufacturers who make these wagons will have to maintain them. So that will bring down the downtime considerably. Last mile connectivity. Railways was losing out on a lot of revenues because they do not have last mile connectivity. For this, Railways has tied up with India Post with parcel van concept. This will not only increase revenue for railways, but also reduce the hassles and costs for the users and industry in general. So GatiShakti is not about only movement of goods, but it's also movement of people. For this, under the GatiShakti umbrella, Railways is introducing Vande Bharat trains. 300 numbers in the next few years for intercity travels. This will reduce congestion on roads, bring travel time savings, bring CO2 emissions, and decrease in pollution. So all these are some of the major steps that Railway is doing to increase its revenue and share in logistics. So right now, as I told you, the logistics percentage is around 20-25%. So Railway wants to increase it to 40% by 2030. Another important landmark of the GatiShakti scheme is the policy proposed establishment of GatiShakti multimodal terminals. Till now, 15 such GCTs have been commissioned, and 100 more locations have been provisionally identified for the development of the GCTs. The location of these DCTs are being decided based on demand from the industry and potential of cargo traffic. So these will be set up under the PPP route. This will have a very positive impact. The distribution of goods will become faster and cost effective. Congestion at bigger terminals will reduce. So more cargo volumes can be handled for export and import. The requirement of containers in this country will increase rapidly. So this will give a lot of opportunities for manufacturers in India, container manufacturers in India, to ramp up their production. Finally, this will have a multiplier effect in the industry and the manufacturing sector. Just to sum up, the PM GatiShakti will provide the public and business community information regarding the upcoming connectivity projects, other business hubs, industrial areas, and surrounding environment. This will enable the investors to plan their businesses at suitable locations, leading to enhanced synergies. It will create multiple employment opportunities and give boost to the economy. It will improve the global competitiveness of local products by cutting down the logistics costs and improving the supply chains, and also ensure proper linkages for local industry and consumers. Now, I'll just briefly share what suggestions or what can go wrong with these policies. So industry and investors' business model for the PPP route is yet to be known to the interested groups. Again, the threats of remain for the volatility of the commodity prices, increasing the construction costs that will delay the projects and nullify the program. The financial backings for these projects are still not certain, since the rate of return for these projects are still not well defined. So all these questions we need to ask the government. And when the minister is here, maybe we can ask him. So more interactions are required with the government bodies and the business bodies so that an attractive business model can be arrived at. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Lohia. I think before we close this session, we could be, if there's any couple of suggestions or questions, if anybody else wants to make, you are welcome.
Good morning. I'm N.K. Sethi. Thank you so much for a wonderful, enlightening talks. And we have been educated quite a lot. I have a few questions for Mr. Vikas Lohia. What is the planning to reduce the unmanned railway crossings and recoveries of the railway land? And also I would like to know the mechanism for updation of the public complaints, thefts and redressals, and securities of the railway tracks to avoid accidents. All these improvements I feel would further help in GatiShakti. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. So railway is doing a lot of investments on the track side and the signaling side. So regarding your question on unmanned crossings, so railway is aware of a lot of these unmanned crossings, and I'm sure within near future most of these unmanned crossings will be taken care of. Regarding security of railway tracks, what do you mean by that, security of railway tracks?
See, we hear off and on that there have been some mismanagement or some fish plate has been removed and stone pelting. So it causes a lot of hindrances. Because you know, one of the important points you mentioned was improvement of passenger traffic movement as well. That is part of the GatiShakti. Thank you.
Yes. So yeah, India has a vast railway network, and some of them pass through, forest areas and uninhabited lands. So what again? As I told you, railway is putting a lot of doing a lot of investments. So railway has doing these sensors are being put on tracks to make sure that if there is a crack in the system, the railway comes to know before a train passes through. So all this improvement is happening. I'm sure that.
Yeah, so I think just to answer the first question on the unmanned crossing, I think the railways had taken a target to eliminate all unmanned crossings in the broad gauge, which has been achieved. And I think the overall target of railways is over a period of time to eliminate all unmanned crossings. So I think principally that is, I quite appreciate that is one of the biggest risks. In terms of providing security on the railway tracks, I think the only way to do that, considering the length and breadth of the railway that we have to use technology to ensure and monitor this. And I think right now we have the technology available which can secure and at least warn, preempt such sort of situation that is being done. I believe that there is a program that is done. I'm not sure whether that is a part of the GatiShakti, but I think, yes, since it interrupts flow of goods and it creates an additional layer of fund, I'm sure that should be a part, and I think that is something we can take to the ministry. But there are solutions digitally to now address such situations. So yes, so I think there are two reasons why road is dominant. I think one of is, as I think Mr. Kanishk was talking about, the amazing work that the roadway has done in terms of improvement, which has attracted more of traffic. So sometimes what happens that if one department does amazingly well, the thing changes. The other thing that we had about in terms of railways was their ability to deliver from one point to other. That flow of ensuring that the goods, the flow of ensuring that the goods goes from the doors of the sender to the receiver, I think that was not very smooth and reliable. People were not able to track where the movement was. So there was a lot of uncertainty when you book a cargo on rail, and I think a lot of that is being addressed through a digital flow so that you know where your consignment is. The other thing, I think we just talked about an agreement with the post, which is with India Post, which basically means that your cargo could be picked up at your doorstep and delivered at the end state. So that that rail to road or rail to the last mile connectivity, I think that is being addressed. And I think over a period of time, we should have a movement toward that. I don't see 30 to 60% taking place in the very near future, but yes, a movement of increasing railway share is important. The other thing is that the waterways have only 5%. And waterway is the cleanest mode of transport, and India is lucky to have a substantial water network. We did have we had the Golden Quadrilateral and the Inland Waterway Authority being launched at the same time. The Golden Quadrilateral just took off. Unfortunately, the waterways did not happen in that case. So I think that is one focus that the country needs to, both in terms of cost and both in terms of protecting the environment. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Taneja speaking.
I think our mic is not on.
How are the environmental and electrification concerns are getting targeted or integrated in the infrastructure? What are?
I didn't understand the question.
How are the electrical and environmental concerns in the growth of infrastructure during the growth are getting integrated through GatiShakti, so that they are also parallel to be taken up?
Yes.
And what are the corresponding targets or any idea of that?
Yeah, I think so. I think when Mihir was making his presentation, the environmental approval, etc., was one of the biggest bottlenecks. That's a two-way situation. One is you'd like to speed up environmental approval, but at the same time, you'd not like to endanger environment to coming in. So I think that process of approvals, what GatiShakti can do is that it can ensure the pace of approvals and ensure that the approvals takes place in a speedier manner. I don't think we are actually talking of reducing the stringency of environment, but the approval process through a digital medium would be probably faster as far as GatiShakti is concerned.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Bipin Jain from Air Cargo Forum India. Just a quick question. What is the difference between the cost when we say 100 kilometers by rail or 100 kilometers by road transport? Any study on that, please?
I gave you a brief on the cost, right? The railway.
I think I missed it. Sorry, I just.
Yeah, so roughly the road is around 2.2 rupees 2.2 per ton kilometer, compared to railways rupees 1.4, and waterways is much cheaper. It's 0.7. So yeah, so it's the more freight is moved through railways, it's better for the economy, for the logistic costs to come down.
And transportation time as well?
Of course, transportation time through railways is much lesser compared to roads.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I do believe that there are delegates from Gujarat, some of who would like to share their thoughts and practices.
Yeah, I heard the good presentation in the beginning of from ENY. So how accurate is the data that you, GIS data that you created? Like number of kilometers accuracy is good enough for me to estimate the planning purpose. The second, by having a 500 crores plus as the threshold, you're straight away eliminating entire the village road. So when you have already built a portal with accuracy up to Kasra level, why not include the village data as well? That is what is going to, cumulatively, it is going to build the whole country. So why not add the village level roads as well into the GatiShakti?
So I think Mayor will answer the question, but I think the intention is go right down to the village. So he was talking about going to district and city to district, district to towns. Mayor, you would like to answer this? Do you have one more mic?
So you kind of hit the nail on the head in terms of accuracy of data, right? It's a difficult questions being asked, but yeah, it is work in progress. See, with any GIS layer, it is the updation of that data which is more important. The first task of putting it on the portal is done. Now ensuring that it is updated is the next exercise. And I will be honest with you that is work in progress. In terms of a second data, brilliant point. And I think the colleagues from Gujarat there. So Gujarat is the first state which is actually putting data at a village level. So, the traditional element of GatiShakti was all about infrastructure. They are taking it now to social infrastructure. So village schools are now being planned using GatiShakti, Anganwadis. So your point is very true, and it is being taken to the lowest level.
So we understand that the Honorable Minister has just started. So we'll take one question, and then the rest of the questions we can do after the Minister session.
This is connecting to the railways, logistics. First, they won't accept the liquid form of the barrels or any products in the cargo. Second part of it, you are telling about the cost effectiveness. Railways is charging from station to station. From the station to the reaching to the consignees, it is more than what the truck road transportation pricing. That cost will be more, and your infrastructure is perfect. What about Hamali charges? Whatever the labor, loading, unloading charges, this GatiShakti has to first calculate on the Hamali charges. Structure is good. Am I right?
Yeah. So I think your point is well taken. Certainly when we engage with the ministry, we will also try to see the cost factor. I think what we were actually saying is that the country has to move from road to railways. And obviously nobody will book railways unless it is cost effective. So railways have to find out a way of how the price is effective. So your point is absolutely well taken, because we want to make a closing.
I would like to add something over here, sir. You're absolutely right about the terminal handling charges, the end handling charges, the last mile delivery cost. So what happens is, in my opinion, it took us about 40 years to become a $1 billion economy. It took us about 18 years to double that. It took us 9 years to double that, so 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and now 5. Both have a very, intrinsic requirement in our country. Neither road is going to replace rail or vice versa. So what happens in rail is the end handling charges, you're absolutely correct, is a killer. Where rail really works out is the longer the distance, the longer the hauls are, it's able to make it up, not only in transits, but in cost. But there is a very big but here. As the diesel prices keep on increasing, we are, just short of 100, rail transportation actually becomes competitive in short hauls as well. I have a customer in the Bombay area whose plants are in Tarapur and Vasind, 60, 70 kilometers from JNPT port, which used to be 100% road dependent, is now 100% rail dependent. Because what happens is, even the roadside, there is an issue of detention and damage, for the trailers to enter into the JNPT port. A rail doesn't have that problem. It can go straight into the terminal. So basically, it is up to the customer and his vendor to figure out which is the cost-based model which is working for you. The longer the hauls are, back of the envelope, railway cost overall should be lower. So basically, the cut down is about 500 kilometers.
And a small suggestion, the last.
Sir.
Handling of the loading and unloading by the railway hamalis, just they will dump the product in the bogies. They won't keep in a proper way. Every time we will get the deliveries in a damaged system. Something has to be mechanized into that system. That is my suggestion.
Absolutely, right, sir. And this is a definite, area of concern for end users as well as the supply chain professionals.
Because today, MSME and SME people are going back to the road transport with the private people because of these two reasons only.
Absolutely correct, sir. But
we are talking about MSME, SME developments. So kindly
right,
look,
sir.
this is the top priority, sir, please.
Absolutely correct, sir. That's
Thank
a
you.
point well taken. Thank you.
Just wanted to add, that's why we should have these interactions between the stakeholders and the government bodies, so that all these points can come across and can be solved.
You can take the best example of FCA, food supplies of the fair price shops, logistics, which is the age-old system of our Indian structure, which is doing safely within overnight. Such a type of structure has to come to this. GatiShakti from the railways to the end user. If we can take some ups and all like that, it will be the best structure we can do this. Am I right?
Okay.
Point well
Thank
taken.
you.
I think we've been told to continue with the questions. So anybody would like to, or we were talking about Gujarat, I think.
I just wanted to add a point. There was I think the Honorable Minister is here, so let's please all welcome him. Hello. Welcome, sir. It's an honor to have you here with us, sir.
So I think we would, I think there's no more questions. We will close this session and we will start the next session with the Honorable Minister. Thank you so much.
Good morning all. I think you all can feel we have a renewed flow of energy in the room. Our Honorable Dynamic Minister is with us. Sir, may I request you to kindly join us on the stage so that we can start the session. I would also invite President ICC, Mr. Jindal, Mrs. Davra, Mr. Datta. May I request the guests to please take their seats. A small tradition, I will request President ICC to welcome our chief guest with an uttariyo. Mr. Monka. Please give a round of applause to our chief guest. To Mrs. Davra also. To Mrs. Davra, the Special Secretary Logistics. Without taking any time, I would invite Mr. Mohanka to deliver his welcome address.
Good morning to all. It is indeed my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all at the National Conference on GatiShakti and National Logistic Policy organized by the Indian Chamber of Commerce today. At the onset, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all the guests and participants present here today at this inaugural session. We are grateful for the august presence of our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India. And I extend my heartiest thanks to him for taking time out of his busy schedule to deliver his thoughts at this August forum. I would also like to welcome Mrs. Sumita Davra, Special Secretary Logistics, DPIIT, and all the other participants on the dais. Our Honorable Prime Minister has envisioned India to emerge as a world leader by 2047, and the foundation is being laid through policy framework and a sustainable growth model. Fast-tracked implementation and advanced technologies through Amrit Kal. India is all set to be a self-reliant, yet globally engaged economy. To achieve this goal, one of the prominent aspects that will act as a catalyst is robust infrastructural growth as per global standards. This goal seems achievable thanks to the PM GatiShakti Master Plan. GatiShakti Master Plan brings holistic planning, which is required for seamless connectivity all over India for a well-planned growth of our nation. Under GatiShakti, the progress of projects will be fast-paced with the help of technology-enabled monitoring tools. Logistics efficiency will be gained through a single platform under multimodal digital connectivity. In fact, digitization will play a big role in ensuring timely clearances, project monitoring, and flagging potential issues as well. While development of integrated infrastructure and network planning is envisaged and will be addressed through the PM GatiShakti National Master Plan for efficiency in service processes, digital systems, regulatory framework, and human resource, the National Logistics Policy is the next obvious logical step. GatiShakti integrates the center, states, and the local bodies in one platform, as the success of GatiShakti and the National Logistics Policy lies in coming together of a range of stakeholders, including the various government departments and agencies, logistics services, PSU, amongst others, and all of them working together as one team. Similarly, private sector has an important role to play in this regard. Public-private partnerships has been redesigned today and include new models such as toll operate, transfer, and a hybrid annuity model. Access to finance has opened up now through innovative mechanisms such as infrastructure and real estate investment trusts and development through finance institutions. Lastly, the GatiShakti Master Plan has now created a scenario wherein the Indian logistics sector will be empowered by superior infrastructure and made efficient through digitization. These are the two key factors that will make India Atmanirbhar, and at the same time, it will facilitate trade and exports. With these words, I would pause here, as we are all keen to hear our chief guest, Shri Piyush Goyalji's views on ongoing and upcoming initiatives related to GatiShakti and how the private sector can contribute to the same. Thank you.
It's my pleasure now to request our chief guest. Okay. May I now request Mrs. Davra to please address us.
Honorable Minister, sir, esteemed dignitaries, participants, a very good morning. I'm very happy to be here at the National Conference on PM GatiShakti and the National Logistics Policy. We are all aware that we are the 5th largest economy in the world today. We were the 10th largest just a few years back, but the rate at which we are growing, we are 5th largest. We are a bright star among all the major economies in the world today, growing at the highest level. The way we are going, we are on our way to being a $5 trillion economy very soon, and by 100 years of our independence, 2047, we are slated to be a $32 trillion economy at the least. The way at which we are growing logistics is a very important aspect. Logistics efficiency, lower logistics cost. There have been a lot of improvements in the logistics sector. Non-stop efforts have been there towards modernizing, bringing in digitization, process improvement. And that is how we were able to achieve our target of $400 billion merchandise exports in the last financial year. And we are going very strong to achieve greater heights. As you see in the latest budget, a lot of reforms, increased budgetary allocation in major sectoral initiatives such as Prime Minister's GatiShakti program, the National Infrastructure Pipeline, the Monetization Pipeline, and so on. However, traditionally, we have observed a lack of coordination amongst different departments. And it is to rectify that and to bring Gati and Shakti in our efforts towards logistics efficiency that the Honorable Prime Minister launched the PM GatiShakti and introduced it to the nation in October 2021. Now, this is for building the next generation infrastructure, improving ease of living as well as ease of doing business. We've already achieved good progress. For instance, critical infrastructure gaps for movement of coal, steel, fertilizers, food grain, port connectivity projects have all been identified and work has been started. How to have faster evacuation in the ports. This is how the port connectivity projects, about 200, to fill up the infrastructure gaps of first mile, last mile connectivity. The latest budget has allocated 75,000 crore rupees towards bridging these last mile connectivity issues. Greenfield aviation infrastructure for airports, site selection, infrastructure gap analysis has all been done on the Prime Minister's GatiShakti National Master Plan. For power sector, the route alignment of the new power lines. And for the telecom sector, 30,000 habitations to bring about 4G saturation. And the entire 5G rollout is all on the Prime Minister's GatiShakti program. In addition to this, many states have started using the portal quite well. For example, the social infrastructure, Anganwadi center, access to schools for children, access to hospitals, including the states linking up the districts with respect to the economic clusters and the agriculture productivity areas to the main network of infrastructure to ease the movement and bring in logistics efficiency. It is to support the Prime Minister's GatiShakti program that the logistics policy, National Logistics Policy, was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister, launched in September last year. This is to drive economic growth and business competitiveness by resolving the logistics-related issues. We have formed an interministerial group where we look at these issues. We have a portal which is Ease of Logistics, e-logs for short. You can go there, 30 industry associations are already there, and you can put in all your logistics-related pain points, and we are there to resolve them. I would also like to very quickly mention the ULIP, which is the Unified Logistics Interface Platform, which has been conceptualized to provide an integrated platform for logistics-related services. You don't have to go to multiple portals. It's a single window which integrates services related to road transport, for instance, Vahan, Sarthi, E-tag, and air cargo, rail cargo, port-related issues, everything on one single window, and that's where we are also improving ourselves. With these words, I would like to thank you all and look forward to the deliberations of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. It's time now to request our chief guest to please address us.
Thank you, Rajiv Ji. Mr. Mehul Mohanka, President of ICC, Ms. Sumita Davra, Special Secretary Logistics, Mr. Abhyuday Jindal, Mr. Sudeep Datta, Rajiv, all the distinguished participants for this very important engagement that ICC has organized on trying to sensitize all of us what GatiShakti is all about. There's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of buzz about GatiShakti. We've been trying to disseminate what GatiShakti really does, how it can impact our lives, how it can make it easier for us to do business on various forums. And I'm delighted that ICC chose fit to come all the way from Eastern India and engage on this subject in Delhi. Friends, very clearly, and I don't know if some of you heard the Honorable Prime Minister on the webinar a couple of days back on Tuesday about the importance of digitalization and technology in our day-to-day lives to make businesses easier, to make it easy to have a good life for the common citizen of India, and the importance of innovation when we talk of digitalization and technology. Very clearly, today, the world recognizes India as a leader of innovation. Gone are the days where new ideas emerged from the West, and we waited decades for those ideas to come and benefit our businesses, our people. Today, India comes out with new tools for good governance, for efficient way of working. In fact, our potential is getting unleashed with our startups, with our young entrepreneurs, with the technical experts coming up with truly out-of-the-box ideas and new ways of doing the same thing better. You're all familiar with ULIP, for example, with UDI, for example. The UPI framework, United Payment Interface Framework, something unique that India has developed. UPI is today sounding very simple. The set of protocols which allows different companies to interconnect and makes payments seamless. The world today is now interested in looking at UPI and seeing how they can engage and get the benefit of this set of protocols that we call UPI. But if you look at the deeper impact it has had on the Indian economy, think about it. Today, almost across the country, one or the other company will be providing a payment solution. I'm sure you've heard the number, December, I don't know the January number. December last year, India did 7.28 billion transactions in 1 month alone. And at that run rate, we are looking at crossing 100 billion transactions in the next year, 23-24. But in 1 month, 7.28 billion number of transactions which were digital payment transactions. It's probably more than the US, Europe and China combined in terms of number of transactions. I'm only sharing with you this UPI story because in terms of technology and new ideas, we are second to none today. And PM GatiShakti is one more such initiative with a similar, let's say, concept behind it, which germinated in the Prime Minister's mind about 15 years ago, 2007, 8 or thereabouts. He thought about using geospatial technology, space technology, to plan infrastructure better. And that's where he decided to set up this organization called BISAC, Bhaskaracharya Institute in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar. BISAC has over the years been fine-tuning and developing their technology backbone. And in the initial years were engaged very actively with the Prime Minister, then the Chief Minister of Gujarat, in helping them plan their infrastructure smarter and better. What did BISAC do at that point of time? They mapped out digitally all the data points for the state of Gujarat then, because whatever good ideas came out of Gujarat were not liked by the center, so obviously there was no chance that we could have allowed the whole country or given an opportunity to the whole country to benefit from it. But Prime Minister was able to plan his infrastructure in Gujarat using these data points far more efficiently, and which is why you see today Gujarat is far ahead of many other parts of the country in terms of the quality and speed of execution of infrastructure projects. And over the years after he came to Delhi, he was very keen that this should become a national movement. But for a long period of time, it was very difficult for the systems in Delhi to adopt to this new style of working and to really even understand. I remember for many years, Prime Minister kept explaining this concept to the planners and the officialdom in Delhi, but they were not able to really capture the essence and spirit of it for a very long time. But it was a labor of love. It was his perseverance over the years which kept the project going. And I am delighted that on Durgashtami Day in October 2021, I still remember because I was probably traveling and I'd just come back in the morning straight into Pragati Maidan, where that program took place. And there was a significance. He wanted it to be on Durgashtami because Durga represents both Gati and Shakti. And that was where I think he was able to explain at the launch program this initiative in greater detail. I'll just try to demystify it in 5-7 minutes for all of you. Traditionally, our projects were all planned in fits and starts. You come from West Bengal. There's a railway project in West Bengal which was started in the mid-70s, I think 1974 or 75, which till date has not even taken off. Forget being implemented. The land is available in bits and pieces through the length of the railway alignment. They never got us the full land so that the project could be implemented. In the old days, as many of you would be aware, whatever piece of land we got, projects would start. कि बाकी land जब आएगा तब हम उसको भी implement करेंगे. So tracks were laid out, tracks were bought, laid out. Activities happened in the small parcels of land. But since we never got the full stretch of land, that land today is fully encroached. The track or whatever civil activities were done there are completely washed away, stolen or gone. And probably the country, which means all of you because this is national wealth, is poorer by, I think, few hundred crores or maybe 1,000 odd crores. I'm not even calculating cost of money over the last 50 years. If we add that, then God knows what the loss to the nation would come to for such piecemeal and inefficient planning of infrastructure. What GatiShakti does, or what BISAC first did in Gujarat, and now we have the benefit of that at the national level, is create layers of data where different elements across the country are captured. For example, at the national level, we have some 500 layers of data. Different states have added their data. At one point, it went up to a total of 1,600 layers of data. Then we started sanitizing it, merging some of the layers, eliminating those which are not found useful. Currently, we have about 1,300 layers of data. 500 at the center, another 800 from the different states. And what are these data points? For example, there'll be a layer of all the forest lands in the country. There'll be a layer of data of all the wildlife sanctuaries. There'll be a layer of data of all the rivers in the country. There could be a layer of data which has, I don't know if it is there or no, but if it is not, you could consider it, all the UNESCO World Heritage Sites. I know for certain that I've had a layer of data made for all the testing facilities across the country, wherever testing is available. And then we are putting into that what type of test is available there. So don't look at this only as a tool for infrastructure planning. That's where the story started. But as I've learned over 9 years of working with the Prime Minister and government, his idea only germinates with one small concept. But back of his mind, he's got 500 other ideas which are going to develop around that concept. So the latest instructions to us are, why don't we use this for social infrastructure planning? So we are mapping out all the schools in the country. We are mapping out all the nursing colleges in the country. We are mapping out all the hospitals in the country. Right? Now, once these data points are available, when any infrastructure has to be planned, or when any industry has to be located, any towers have to be made for telecom business. At that point of time, if you run past the data available on PM GatiShakti, your planning can become so much more efficient. Of course, you've heard that old story about roads being dug up first for laying telecom cables, then for laying telephone cables, then for creating a drainage. That's a typical example we all the time hear of. And obviously that can get very well eliminated if these data, if this data is available on PM GatiShakti. One can, when you set up any one infrastructure, also know whether there is a telecom line or no. There is a water line or no. There is a drainage line or no in that area. So when you're doing any one infrastructure, you plan for all those which are missing pieces in that infrastructure. But that's one story we've heard since childhood probably. But imagine if a railway line is being planned. How do we do it currently? It takes nearly 2 years to do a physical survey of that project, the alignment. And there are important elements like the curvature has to be at a certain level, the gradients, the slopes, all of that have limitations. Despite our best efforts, after a physical survey, you may find that going forward, the project may get into a forest land. And for those of you who have dealt with anything to do with the environment or NGT or any approvals with forests, you'll appreciate that that could mean a 10-year delay in that project. Or it could even mean the aborting of several projects. If a wildlife sanctuary comes in on the way, some projects have been done in the past, done and dusted. But today try to make a railway line or a road in a wildlife sanctuary. Project goes for a toss totally. Imagine in Mumbai, where I come from, there are many buildings which have exceeded the height restriction. Instead of that, if PM GatiShakti can show you what is the funnel that the airport requires, you won't make the mistake of setting up a building and then realizing it falls within a funnel of an airport or a runway. Or if there's a defense radar somewhere, and all the defense establishments are also now getting mapped onto GatiShakti, but they will remain under confidential data. If anybody is setting up a project which is going to fall in the radar of the defense establishment, you'd rather not do it up front then halfway through the project. And I know many people who are stuck with such projects. So now you have these 1300 layers of data which talk to each other. I mean, not literally talk, so anybody in the press here, please don't start creating memes on me in social media tomorrow or later in the day. But they engage with each other through APIs, right? And if an alignment of a particular project is put into PM GatiShakti, it'll tell you exactly what areas it's going to pass through. If it touches any forest or a wildlife sanctuary or a large mountain range, it'll show you that. You can realign your project to make it smarter so that it can be implemented faster. If it touches a UNESCO site, you'll obviously never get permission to break it or touch it or do anything, not even make a flyover on that. You'd rather plan smarter and go. We've had this problem in Karnataka, I think, recently, where a whole national highway was kind of getting stuck with some structures. Finally, a solution was found. But because it was not a UNESCO site, probably we were able to find a solution. We could relocate the obstruction. And that also could only be done because it was a BJP government. Nahi to wo bhi nahi ho pata. I don't want to politicize your program. It was pending for so many years till Yadurappa came in. So just imagine if a railway line is being made. Again, I'm going back to that example just to demystify what GatiShakti is. And it's going to touch the Vindhyas, the mountain range. It's possible that the alignment we are planning will need a tunnel of 1 kilometer. But should we plan it slightly smarter and move it a few, of course in terms of railway, it will be probably a few inches of the railway line, just move it a few inches away on the map, on the ground, it will be significant enough. And because the whole range has been mapped, they'll be able to tell you at what point, if you hit the mountain range, a 200-meter tunnel could also be enough. Can you imagine the colossal saving the nation will make on its infrastructure planning? And how much we can make projects be implemented faster? A river, you all know riverbeds have large portions and smaller, narrower ends. And then again, it could go large, small, and whatnot. Suppose we need a bridge of 3 kilometers, another place we need a bridge of probably 300-400 meters or a half a kilometer. What would be smarter? Of course, then the tool also helps you do the cost-benefit analysis. That if you're moving the length, it may increase. The land which you have to acquire may be slightly costlier. And therefore, now we are getting all the land also digitized and mapped. Progressive states like Gujarat has already done that. Many states have done it now. 12 states have digitized their land also. So by the way, you know in Gujarat how it happens? Through BISAC, the infrastructure project is planned. And you can actually prepare a 150, 200, 500 kilometer highway, super expressway or a rail line in a week or 10 days using this tool. And once you finalize the alignment, it actually maps it to the owners of the land because it's all digitized. And the program itself takes out the notice for acquiring the land. Otherwise, just taking out notice under section 2(9), whatever it is, I don't know, too many sections, one after the other have to be invoked when you're acquiring land. All of that is also now coming automatically because the alignment will show exactly the land you require. It will show what is government land, central or state. It will show what is private land and will take out notices automatically. So in one day you can take out notices for all the land required for a 300-kilometer long expressway. At one time it will all come out. I don't know if they put email IDs of all the landowners, they could actually email it also simultaneously. Friends, I have a lot of things I can share with you about the technology, about the beauty of the technology, about the deep thinking that's gone into it. But that's our job, and that's the technical people, and we don't have Mr. T.P. Singh here, but a remarkable gentleman who's so inspired by Prime Minister Modi's vision that he's literally put his heart and soul into this project. If any of you goes to Gandhinagar, I would urge you to visit BIZAG. I'm trying to create a BIZAG setup in Delhi now, probably at Pragati Maidan or at Rajiv Gandhi Bhavan, where we would then invite you all to come and actually see and experience how the whole thing works. It's truly a marvel in terms of its ability for us to plan smarter, execute even smarter than that. And that's the Japanese way, isn't it? Of course, they also do it manually, and they would do it over long periods of time. For any of you who worked with Japan, you know that they'll take 5 or 7 years to plan a project, which then they will execute in 2 or 3 years. And you try to rush them, you'll never be able to rush them. But they believe that planning is the more important and critical part than the execution. If you plan well, you execute extremely well. And imagine we are moving to the social sector. Going forward, we'll see how we can allow industry also to use this tool. There's a lot of confidential data, so one has to be careful how this will work. But imagine once I have all the labs laid out before me on the PM GatiShakti, I'll be actually able to pinpoint that cement cluster is over here, but the lab is over there. It's so stupid. Let's set up a lab for cement testing over here. And the concept of good infrastructure for industry will be easier to implement. If I know that there are a lot of process houses of textiles in a particular area, then I know that I have to help them set up a common effluent treatment plant there, which will impact their business as well as impact the environment. So do you realize, it sounds so simple, but there's a deep thought that has gone into it. There's huge technology backbone that PM GatiShakti engages with. All these data layers are sanitized, verified, sanitized through painstaking effort. Good part, no state has politicized it. So states are also finding the benefit of it. And who will be the biggest beneficiary? All of us, people of India. Whether in business or a citizen who's doing anything in life. Faster infrastructure implementation is huge saving for the country. And all of us taxpayers do wish and desire to see our country save money. That money goes in for better and more infrastructure. That money is used for social welfare wherever required. And that money helps strengthen the Indian economy to achieve what Mrs. Daura just mentioned, to make India truly a global power, a developed nation, a prosperous nation. And if we have to become a developed nation by 2047, as I believe all of us have collectively determined, I hope there's nobody in the room who doesn't want to see India as a developed nation by 2047. But if we have to achieve that, we'll have to have greater and greater degree of international engagement. We'll have to serve Indian consumers with quality goods and services at affordable or competitive prices. We'll have to compete with the rest of the world in our production, manufacturing, delivery services, all costs. And towards that end, the national logistics policy comes in. How can we make logistics more efficient? How can we bring down the cost of logistics? In many cases, it's found to be exorbitantly high when Indian businesses are compared with the rest of the world. And therefore, PM GatiShakti also feeds into our logistics plans to bring down the cost of logistics, make it more efficient, faster, speedier, and is being used today, as Madam just mentioned, to fill in the gaps. So we have many, many areas. Anybody here who's worked with JNPT in the past? You have. If you recall 10, 12 years ago, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust is probably one of the largest ports in India, if not the largest. I come from Mumbai also. I've been to that port many times when I used to do export of engineering goods. It had a super express highway about 15, 20 kilometers away. But that last link of 15 or 17 kilometers was worse than probably the surface of the moon. Your car, if you go take it once over there, तो हम गाड़ी चेंज कर देते. अगर JNPT जाना है तो खुद की गाड़ी नहीं लेते थे, कोई फैक्ट्री की गाड़ी कोई लेके जाते थे. It was that bad. And it was just craters all the way. I don't know how the trucks ever maneuvered it. And for years that situation prevailed. The PM GatiShakti helps us because now we have all the highways mapped. Now we have all the state highways mapped. We have all the ports mapped. We have all the airports mapped. So we know, we have all the industry clusters mapped. So we know if there's a large power plant, it needs coal. If it needs coal, we need a siding over there. If there's a port, that state or national highway needs to connect to the port. So we need a rail link there, we need a road link there. What Madam just mentioned, the 154 odd projects which came out of the first set of testing that we did on GatiShakti was such missing links, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, a siding here or a terminal there. Small last mile projects which will have big impact on our logistics ecosystem. And it's always in the detail, in the small steps, that one can find big outcomes. It's not about large amounts of money always. It's about intelligent planning and thinking to serve the people of India better. And I think this whole PM GatiShakti module and the National Logistics Policy are focused towards ensuring that we can serve the people of India better, we can serve Indian businesses better, can improve our competitiveness, we can encourage investment into India, we can generate confidence in the world that India is on the rise and there's no power on earth that can stop us going forward. And I think the world today recognizes that. There is tons and tons of evidence, and I don't know, zillions of probably endorsements coming from across the world. Every leader of the world today, friends, is looking up to India. There is no part of the globe today which doesn't look upon India's leadership, Prime Minister Modi, for finding solutions for the problems of the world. And it's not as if something has happened overnight. It's been a consistent effort in over 22 years of public service. Even as Chief Minister of Gujarat, he would engage in building bridges with the rest of the world. As Prime Minister, we have seen him and the leadership that he has demonstrated on so many international fora. Right from the beginning, I remember 2015 at the Paris Global Climate Change event, COP21 it was, I think. The entire Paris COP21 would have been a disaster, would have failed, as have many others before that. But for the leadership that Prime Minister Modi brought to Paris, but for the fact that people across the world trusted him. He was able to galvanize over 100 less developed or developing countries, small Caribbean nations, Pacific Island nations, African nations, everybody, and demand a fair agreement in the interest of equity and balance between the developed world and the developing world, which was finally adopted as the Paris Agreement. And since then, it's been clearly India's time in the sun, India's leadership, which we have seen over the years in different aspects of economic policy, in geopolitical or diplomatic areas, or whether it is grappling with the challenges and crises that the world faces. In each one of those, India is providing the solutions for tomorrow. And friends, our strength comes from all of you. It's the 1.4 billion Indians. It's the young population of India. It's the fact that today, by and large, every Indian's basic needs are taken care of. And I remember, and we've all, most of us in this room are at an age group, we've seen roti, kapda, or makan. There was a time for many years, other than promises, the country never saw benefits reach the poor. Today, I think the basic needs of almost everybody is taken care of. Food was provided in abundance both in COVID and continues to be provided under the food security program seamlessly throughout the country to those who need it. Clothing is, I don't see any issue on clothing anywhere in the country, including tribal areas today. 35 million homes have been built or are under construction to ensure that everybody has a good roof over his head. Healthcare is provided to 500 million deserving Indians to ensure that nobody loses out on basic healthcare. The National Education Policy 2020, and imagine the country could do education reform after 35 years. And did you hear a single criticism of that policy? Even a single? 300,000 stakeholders responded to the draft policies. Engagement and consultation was held with 300,000 people to develop a policy which will, I think, hold us in good stead over the years to come. I'm sharing all this with you, friends, only to tell you that today, the basic needs having been met, and largely the Indian being connected through television and through internet with what's happening in the world, there's a hunger in the belly, not hunger for food, an aspiration for the better things of life. And it is that aspiration which is driving our youth, which is driving our country to work harder. It is that aspiration, that desire, that is helping the nation come together and work for the welfare of the work for the future of the country, to make India a developed nation, to make India a prosperous nation, to make India a nation where everybody has a good quality of living, inclusive growth, and infrastructure and logistics are two areas without which all of these dreams are not possible. That old, one can say it's oft repeated, but the reality is what Kennedy had asked, whether it's the highways that make America great, or America, whether America made these highways, or it's the highways which made America. I think we all recognize the importance of infrastructure. We all collectively stand to benefit significantly from PM GatiShakti. It's a nation as a whole approach, where all stakeholders in the nation, whether in government, in business, every walk of life, will stand to enjoy the fruits of PM GatiShakti. It has come out of a lot of engagement, lot of consultation. It's a collective effort, the collaborative effort of so many different stakeholders that I have no doubt in my mind, as they say कि मंथन में से अमृत निकलता है. मैं समझता हूँ ऐसे ही मंथन हम करते रहें, ऐसे ही चर्चाएं होती रहें, आपके भी आइडियाज हमको मिलते रहें. और आज जब खत्म होगा सेमिनार, प्लीज डू सेंड सुमिता जी द आउटकम्स ऑफ ideas, problems, whatever suggestions come out of this room, so that we can take them on board to help us serve you better. And in this Amrit Kal, the next 25 years, I hope each one of you enjoys an Amrit Kal for you, your family, your businesses, and I truly wish and pray that collectively we achieve the lofty goals that each one of us is committed to. We not only aim for a $32 trillion economy, which I think will happen on a business as usual case, but given the enthusiasm that I see in the country today, given the superpower, turbo-powered work that's happening in different fields, I have an input which I got in one of my startup advisory council meetings, which has stayed with me in my mind. When I was explaining how the $32 trillion economy will happen over the next 25 years. But I was suggesting that, we can do better than that. And a lady sitting on my right, who probably is a financer or a venture capitalist on the startup ecosystem, suggested that, sir, India should aim for 47 trillion by 2047. That was music to my ears, as I hope it will be music to your ears. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your encouraging address. I think we as Indian definitely feel proud that a project like this, which the world has not seen, a project of this scale, magnitude has not been done anywhere in the world. So definitely we as Indians feel proud, and who other than Prime Minister Modi could think about a project like this. And I think to implement it, I think it's truly great that there is a leader like you who is driving the project on the ground with your vision and with your dynamism. Today, definitely Indians feel respected everywhere. And sir, if you allow, could we take 4 or 5 comments from the floor? Sure. So I think we'll take 5, 6 comments. I would request Mr. Datta. Yes, absolutely. So I would request everybody to keep it very short, maybe some of the suggestions for Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister, we had a presentation on the GatiShakti and the National Logistics Policy just before this session. And I think everybody in this room was amazed by the magnanimity and scale of the program. Rajiv said about, that this sort of program has not been taken anywhere in the world. I feel that it's never been even imagined in anywhere of the world. So I think, sir, the data that is being captured, the scale of data, the layers that is being captured, I think over a period of time, if part of the data, once the security conditions are handled, if they are made available to the private sector, it would really improve the competitiveness of the manufacturing company. I think that would be a great input that we had. So the second thing that we had, and I'll just do the second one, is that skill development and capacity development is definitely a part of GatiShakti, but this is a very fragmented industry. And at the lower level, the operators, we were talking in the morning, how the goods are being handled by the railway operators, etc. There's a lot of loss and inefficiencies there. So if the capacity development and skill development could also be taken into the lowest level of the logistics operators, being a fragmented industry, it would greatly help in improving the efficiency of the sector. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Sethia.
Sir, namaskar, good afternoon. I am Kanishk Sethia from Western Carriers India Limited. We are one of the largest in multimodal logistics, and we've been working wholeheartedly on this project, sir. It's something very close to our heart. So 2 examples I had given in the morning session, sir. One was that trucks and trailers which go from Tata Steel Jamshedpur to Bangalore, 20 years ago when I had started working, would cover about 150, 180 kilometers a day. And at the end of the day, my tracking team would be very, very happy with the project. हर स्टेट पे चेक होता था, टोल नाका होता था, फलान डिमका. 7 से 8 दिन लगते थे सर to reach Bangalore. Today, a 55-25 tonner Tata-made articulated trailer, I'm proud to say, reaches Bangalore in 3.5 days, sir. What this has done, sir, that Toyota, which was manufacturing steel from their own country, from Nippon, can now take the steel from Tata Steel because they know supply chains are there to support the country, sir. So that is something which is a small example, sir, but it's incredible. I just want to finish with a small line. One of my favorite authors, sir, Sachidanand Hiranand Vatsyayan, जिनको अज्ञेय बोलते हैं, उन्होंने बोला था कि बहता पानी निर्मला टिकना तो मौत है. And this is what this government and this country is doing, sir. We are moving ahead, and that's what's the most important thing, sir. So thank you for the vision and the guidance, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Cherian. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I represent LEAP India, and LEAP stands for Leading Enterprise in Asset Pooling. I would like to thank the Minister and the Government of India for making it possible for a small company such as us I think so. I have not given my name. My name is Sujit Cherian. I am the Chief Strategy Officer at LEAP India. LEAP India stands for Leading Enterprise in Asset Pooling. We are a small company started 8 years ago, and we have been able to deploy 1,000 crores of assets in asset pooling, basically returnable packaging, to make things more efficient in the space of logistics. So what I would like to understand and probably get better insight from the Minister or from Madam Sumita is how can the private sector more actively participate in and not expect that the Government of India and the other governments, state governments do everything, the heavy hauling, and how can the private sector play a more active role in achieving the targets set by GatiShakti and the National Logistics Policy. We look forward to participating in that, and which has been made possible through our private investors, and we have 5 or 6 of them in our company, to basically contribute to this effort.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Anil, Safe Express.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm glad, sir, while you were presenting the government's views, you elucidated very detailed plan around GatiShakti. Thankfully, you did cover a fair bit on the national logistics policy also, as Ms. Davra as well. I have one comment and as well as a very small question, if you can indulge me in answering. Otherwise, you can possibly take note of that. The comment here is, after many years of spending time in the logistics world, I kind of see this new rejuvenated ideas around logistics, which kind of make us feel as to, where were we, how were we operating earlier, and where were we living earlier. But anyhow, thanks to you as well as the Government of India for doing what they're doing towards logistics. The very first time I heard GatiShakti and the logistics game plan or the national logistics plan, master plan getting covered in the Indian budget speech, it kind of was the most exciting time for me, having seen and heard the Indian budget all these many years while I was growing up. My partial question and otherwise a comment is, sir, that the Indian commercial domestic transportation business, and I'm specifically talking about the road transportation, the surface transportation side of it, has approximately, give or take, about 40 lakh trucks on the road.
This is manned by, as you can understand and appreciate, close to about 50 lakh drivers. I understand there is a national logistics workforce strategy that is also part of the national logistics policy framework. My first-hand experience is that these drivers do not work in a very human ecosystem. They're very inhumane hours, and the conditions, the road conditions are very, very severe. I'm not very sure as to how and what is being covered in this workforce strategy, but if you can, kind of detail that now, or otherwise, consider that as part of the game plan.
Sure, we'll take it
much
up.
appreciated.
Sure. Mr. Gupta, he has come all the way from Gujarat. Yes, Mr. Gupta, carry on.
Yes, sir. So, myself, Mr. Bharat Gupta, convener representing Indian Chamber of Commerce. Also, I am coming from the shipping industry. I will just welcome you as saying Kem Cho because I am from Gujarat and particularly from Kutch area. Majama, very nice of you, sir. Because we have been given so much of time to PM sir also. Most of the time whenever PM sir comes to Gujarat, he comes to our Kutch only. And he has given mostly time to our Kutch. So I've been there and I am very glad to see you here, sir. Anyhow, I have only one proposed and suggestion to you that we are being in shipping industry for last, and the major port of India is Kandla port, #1. And the private port is Adani port, there, from where we are here. So I have one proposal and a suggestion that was also given in 2017 earlier, that to be develop one sea link between Kandla port to Navlakhi. To make a sea link between Kandla port and Navlakhi. Navlakhi port, you know, the Morbi. So the making a sea link between Kandla port to Navlakhi port, it will, first of all, connect 5 airports within 3 and 4 hours. 5 airports of Gujarat within 3 and 4 hours, which is Bhuj Airport, Kandla Airport. Again, after connecting this sea link, it will be a Rajkot Airport and it will be a Jamnagar Airport. And again, the airport which has been announced by our PM sir, that is near coming Chotila International Airport. The PM sir has also announced that. So these 5 airports can be connected within 4 hours. Logistics will be reduction. So the reductions will be reductions in the heavy traffic of National Highway number 8, reduction in distance, which affects a low transportation cost, reduction in the time of traveling, along with the sea link railway bridge. Along with the sea link, the railway bridge can be constructed, same, because we are having only one Surajbari pull, which is directly connected with the Saurashtra. We are not having any, so we are not having any connectivity to Saurashtra by rail and air. We are not having any connectivity. So we are very, we need this rail connectivity to Saurashtra and also air connectivity, sir. Again, so the total cost of the project, we have a detailed report I will submit to you, so to your team. You can submit that. Yeah, yes. Only 2 lines I will just say. The total cost of the project is estimated to be around 6,500 crores. And proposed time of this sea link is around 5 to 6 years it will be. So maybe it is like that. So the 31 kilometers, the total length of the sea link will be 31 kilometers. Yes, yes. So everything has been detailed. This report is ready, sir. I will say you it will be a boost to the Gujarat and the transport. About 60,000-70,000 crores. Yeah, it will be, sorry, because so already detailed reports are being there. So you can submit that later. Now, yeah, and also I have a friend from the ceramic industries that we are having the second Morvi. He also wants to have 2 words with you. And yeah, you know the Morvi, you've been there. So he is here, Mr. Bhavesh Ambani. Also after that. So if you could make it short. Yeah, so. Honorable Minister has to leave. Yeah, please. Already I will take one Gujarat lower token I want to give.
Thank you, sir. मैं भावेश अंबानी सिरामिक इंडस्ट्रीज़ को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ सर. लास्ट ईयर आप आए थे तो हमें मोरबी सिरामिक सिटी में डेली 20,000 ट्रक डेली आ रहे हैं. इनकमिंग आउट गोइंग है, हैवी फुल ट्रैफिक रहता है. हमारा कनेक्टिंग एक्सपोर्ट के लिए मुद्रा पोर्ट जाना पड़ता है कंपलसरी. तो एक ही रोड है जैसे आपने बताया, तो हमें नवलखी पोर्ट अगर मुंद्रा पोर्ट जैसा कनेक्ट हो जाए तो हम दुनिया में अभी जो 15,000 करोड़ का हमारा एक्सपोर्ट है साल का, वो 50,000 करोड़ तक जा सकते हैं। और हमारा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट बहुत हाई हो रहा है चाइना के अगेंस्ट, तो इसमें सर थोड़ा सा देख लीजिए।
श्योर श्योर।
और दूसरा एक शॉर्ट पॉइंट है जो गवर्नमेंट के बहुत पैसे बचा सकता है, जैसे हम रोड पे हाईवे पे डिवाइडर बनाते हैं, उसमें जो ब्लैक येलो और वाइट कलर के जो कलर करते हैं डिवाइडर में, उसकी जगह टाइल्स यूज़ करें तो लॉन्ग लाइफ तक टाइल्स भी कलर भी नहीं जाएगा और इंडस्ट्रीज को बूस्ट मिलेगा।
That's why now you understand why the Gujarati businessman is successful all over the world.
Thank you, sir.
ठीक है
Sir, incidentally, I must share with all of you something which will make you proud. Yesterday, I was chatting on the VC with all the Indian ambassadors to all the European countries, and they were mentioning about Morbi industry having a participation in one of the exhibitions. कहाँ चल रही है? फ्रांस या जर्मनी किधर?
स्पेन में है।
स्पेन में. So the Indian Morbi industry, they said, has made one of the finest pavilions, very professionally executed, and they said it's an attraction for the whole exhibition. And I must compliment, and अगर आप ये message pass कर दो वहाँ पे मोरबी में, तो really they were proud of the work that Morbi is doing in showcasing India's potential. So well done, gentlemen. आपका सुझाव भी अच्छा है, ये लोग एग्जामिन करेंगे उसको और फिर आगे गुजरात सरकार से दोनों विषय पे बात करेंगे। कॉस्ट 6,000 तो नहीं होगा क्योंकि हमने भी मुंबई वगैरह में सीलिंग बनाया हुआ है, बट आप एक और विचार करिए, कोस्टल रोड में भी मच चीपर। अभी नहीं, वी आर नॉट डिस्कसिंग इट, दे विल वर्क ऑन इट।
आप बैठिए।
Other advantage of a coastal road could possibly be it could even become a source of tourism, developing tourism in that whole belt. एक दुर्भाग्य से कानून पास किया था, मैं वापस राजनीति नहीं लाना चाह रहा हूँ, पर कई सारे किस्से हैं कि वो क्यों पास किया था, the coastal regulation zone CRZ. And now we have vested interest, we have these some NGOs which are all the time creating problem because of this CRZ laws. But the fact is that in the whole world, and I'm sure many of you go all over the world, we've seen how they've developed their coastline, how they've developed their beaches, how they get millions of tourists to come there. And हमने उठा के अपने देश को एक प्रकार से बंधन में बांध के पूरे कोस्ट को exploit करने से रोक दिया. We can easily have good precautions. We can ensure that the sanctity is maintained. But we have lost a lot in tourism. It's something, another area we should actually start looking at, maybe after 24.
Definitely, sir.
Thank you for your good comments, Kanishk. And Sudeep ji, your point about making it available to private sector, somebody else also mentioned. Gradually करेंगे, we are also fine tuning how we'll be able to give to private sector. It has a lot of confidential data which can be misused. मतलब एक जगह पे इसमें जो data है, मैं उसको value नहीं कर सकता, इतना अमूल्य है, और कोई उसमें खराब काम करे, cheating करे या वो data बाहर चले जाए system से, तो उसका परिणाम देश के सुरक्षा के लिए अच्छा नहीं होगा. So we have to be very cautious, but we'll find a way, or we'll find whether GatiShakti can help you all through contractual engagements or something. We'll work something. It's in the horizon, but it'll happen step by step. Skill development, Sudeep, you also mentioned, is something very much in this government's agenda. I'm sure you're aware, we started a whole separate ministry. We started a skill development ministry, a fisheries ministry, and cooperation ministry. All very critical areas for India's development. आपके प्रोजेक्ट में एक फिशरमैन की प्रॉब्लम भी सोचनी पड़ेगी. ये मोमेंटो मैं खुद लेता नहीं हूँ, मैडम को मेरे जाने के बाद दे देना. I don't accept mementos. And how can the private sector help in this effort? I mean, there's lots of ways. I'll give you a simple way. A lot of projects we take out on public-private partnership. If some of the enterprising business persons can come forward. Foreigners may not directly invest on their own, but if there's a good, credible promoter, Indian promoter, then you will not find it difficult to get co-investors from abroad. All these multimodal terminals, all our warehousing. I read somewhere the amount of warehouses this country will need going forward is humongous. There's a lot of infrastructure which will be largely privately driven. You can come up with even suggestions to state governments or to the center for new infrastructure which can be owned by you. I mean, I remember we had thought of 3-4 dedicated freight corridors for the railways, particularly in the west and south, which we had thought we'll give it out to the private sector to set up. And co-share the revenue will help them get the land and stuff like that. So a lot of possibilities, and Anil, to your point, it's actually truly pitiable, the conditions that we hear about the drivers. There's movies, Hindi movies have been made on that also. Right? So if you and ICC take a lead, I would urge you to set up a small group which studies this in depth. Nitin Gadkari ji has also been seized of this. And I'll be delighted to meet a team of youngsters or whoever you all decide. Sure. If you all can study this in depth and come up with viable suggestions. Gadkari ji, I think, plans to have these driver pit stops across the highway network. And he's acquired land also for that. That could be privately owned and run. Why should, like Mumbai, Pune, we all stop for Batata Vada, right? Whoever has traveled on that route. Now that's all privately done. I don't think the government did anything. So dhabas in the north, in Punjab, Haryana, all private. Only thing is, if we do it in a more organized fashion, if we can have OYO type rooms over there, maybe even homestays or something. Unfortunately, the startup didn't do well, but there was a startup which had done this driver relay. It didn't do well, but that idea could at least be done by the larger Safe Express type, larger transport operators. Or all of you could get together and do it yourself. So truly the drivers is an area of concern. I wish all of you also will ensure that you give them ESIC benefits, healthcare, social security, some of the benefits which they rightfully deserve. But a small group, will, if they can come out with suggestions, will very much value that. Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Jindal, may I request you for a vote of thanks, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to deliver the closing remarks and the formal vote of thanks at the end of this highly engaging session. I take this opportunity to convey my sincere gratitude to our Chief Guest and Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, for gracing today's session and taking time out of his busy schedule. Sir, we at ICC truly admire you for your commitment towards the growth of industry and trade. Indian industry has witnessed unprecedented initiatives, reforms, ease of doing business measures, highest ever international trade, FTS, and so on. I cannot thank and appreciate you enough for the work that you have done for the Indian industry and trade. Today's session has enriched us and provided us with key insights revolving around the PM GatiShakti and National Logistic Policy, especially on the benefits that it would bring to the business ecosystem and logistic cost. We all know that the cost of logistics in India at about 13 to 14% of GDP, as against about 7 to 8% in developed nations. High logistic cost has been one of the major bottlenecks for Indian industry. But I'm confident that with the implementation of the National Logistic Policy, we'll build a technology-enabled, integrated, cost-effective, and dependable logistic ecosystem in the country. Coming to GatiShakti, it is definitely a booster for the competitiveness of Indian exports and manufacturing. In fact, GatiShakti is and has to be an integral part of the upcoming trade policy. I personally feel that GatiShakti master plan is going to be a harbinger of India's development. It will provide necessary momentum to the industrial growth and create synergies. Having said that, I once again thank Shri Piyush Goyal ji and express ICC's commitment to continue to work closely with you and assure you of our complete support. I would also like to thank all our speakers, delegates, and friends from the media for widely covering today's session. Thank Thank you. Jai Hind.
So let us end this session with a round of applause to our Honorable Minister for his We'll take a short break of 5 minutes now, and then we'll start the next session. Thank you.
Plenary session, which we will start in next 2 minutes. Please bring your tea on the table, please. Chief Exploration Manager, ONGC, Mr. Anil Kumar Khandelwal, Principal Executive Director, GatiShakti Railway Board, Mr. Sujit Cherian, Chief Strategic Officer, LEAP India, Mr. Niraj Kumar, Director, National Broadband Mission, Director of Telecommunications, Government of India, and Mr. Anil Sayal, President, Safe Express, to please come to the dais. May I request Mr. Sudeep Datta, Chairman, National Logistics Committee, to please come to the dais, sir.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I think we had a very, very enriching session in which, with the Honorable Minister, and because of all the questions and answers that he very generously answered, I think we have gone ahead of time. So we'll start off now, and we will do this session in about 40 to 50 minutes. So we would have 10 minutes per speaker, and if there's any question that is, we'd like to start off with Mr. Anil Khandelwal, Principal Executive Director, Railway Board. We did speak in the morning that in the evolving circumstances, the railways will have a larger share of the multimodal split, and that would be very critical to the success of the GatiShakti program. And I also understand that there has been large number of projects that railways have already started taking up to reach uncovered towns and cities. So to understand the railways perspective, may I request Mr. Khandelwal, Principal Executive Director, Railway Board, to address us. Thank you.
Good morning, friends. All dignitaries on the dais. As all of us know, that Indian Railway is not only means to travel or transport, it is backbone for our development or economic development of the country. Any investment in transport sector will bring up our economy. If we invest 1% of GDP, our economy will grow by at least 2.75%. That all we know. All of us are aware that we are giving lot of thrust on the infrastructure development in transport sector, as our cost of logistic in India is about 14% of GDP, whereas in most of the developed countries, it varies from, it is in single digits, 8%, 10%, 9%, like that. So our aim also is to bring down our logistic cost in single digit by infrastructure development. In the past, all of us knows that railway budget was a separate budget. The investment was not in line with the demand. And now, after merging of our budget, we are now picking up infrastructure development. We were developing about 4 kilometers per day prior to 2009 and 14 average. Then we slowly picked up. We came to about 7 kilometers last year. And this year we are already now 12 kilometer commissioning of line per day. So with the improved investment in the infrastructure, we are improving railway network and trying to take it at all the places of India where there is a demand. We call it infrastructure development in line with the demand. Wherever we see the cargo, we try to go take prior action now and then reach to those places to pick up so that we can control our infrastructure cost. So with this background, I will just try to tell you about what is the present, where we are. As all of us know that we have over 68,000 route kilometer. It is fourth largest in the world after US, China and Russia. We are taking about 1.4 billion cargo we were moving up to last year. This year we will be about 1.5, and our aim is to take it to 3,000 million ton by 2030. For that we have developed a mission 3000 master plan. In that we plan to invest about 8.5 lakh crore and develop 40,000 kilometer of network expansion, then 2 into 25 overhead structure, electrification, automatic signaling, Kavach, rolling stock, and Vande Bharat, all of you are hearing every day, and improve the passenger experience. Along with passenger experience, we will try to improve our earning. So we are taking action in all the direction. We, as all of you know, our budget grant capex has grown this year 2.4 lakh crore from GBS. Earlier we were getting, prior to this budget merging, 30,000 crore, 20,000 crore. Average was about 11,500 crore prior to 2014-15. Therefore, the network expansion was not able to match with the requirement of the logistic market. And now as we are improving our capex investment plan, the network expansion is also improving. We are planning for next year not less than about 16 kilometer per day commissioning. So we have gone from 4 to 16, and then it will continue to grow. So with that background, we have a lot of works to be carried out, lot of funds. I will request industry to become partner with us and take this infrastructure development program further to not only make the Indian economy to 5 trillion first and then take it to 10 or 30 trillion, what we are talking. And we have a lot of work, we have a lot of infrastructure development to be done in time to come. By 2028, we have to add about 40,000 kilometer of network, whatever we are having. And adequate funds allotment, all those arrangements have been done. Policies has been realigned to suit with the client to become our partner in the development. GatiShakti terminal is one policy. Land leasing policy we have revised. Earlier you have to pay 7% of the lease license, now you have to pay only 1.5%. So everything, whatever suggestion comes positively to improve the logistic market as well as our transportation cost, we look it positively, and we are ready to take corrective action further wherever required. So I request the industry to become partner in development of the country and join hands with us and take our economy further. Thank you.
Khandelwal. I think for the success of GatiShakti, the railways will play a major role. And I think in the question answer sessions, we could take in more suggestions as to how railways can be used much more by the operators. So what we would like to do is spend 5-6 minutes per person and then look for questions and suggestions so that we could have a more interactive session. May I request Mr. Tiku, Chief Exploration, JV Assets and PD ONGC, to share your thoughts.
A very warm good afternoon to the esteemed speakers on the dais, attendees, esteemed guests to this National Conference on GatiShakti and National Logistics Policy. I am representing ONGC here. My Director Exploration, Ms. Sushma Rawat, was to come and address you all, but due to some exigency in her work, I am being asked to represent her. Anyway, that goes there. And let me just go back to what Mr. Piyush Goyal, our Honorable Minister, spoke a while ago about BISEC. I was at that time posted in Vadodara, and I have had personal interaction with Mr. T.P. Singh. And believe me, he's a very, very energetic person. He was plus 70 that time. He still is, I think, must be 70, 75. He's still leading BISEC, and he is doing a very wonderful job. All the government of Gujarat approvals, because we come from the oil and gas industry, so we have what is called the petroleum exploration licenses and petroleum leases. And those are all actually validated on the BISEC's data before the government of Gujarat issues those licenses to us. So that is the input of BISEC that is now going into the state of Gujarat. And in fact, because we operate in so many states in the country, there are a number of states who have been attracted by BISEC, and they're actually in discussion with BISEC now to improve their database also, which in turn will eventually help us and help the state also and the population at large. So that said about the BISEC. Actually, we all know that our PM has given a clarion call on Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat, and the idea is to push India forward. India was there in the ancient time also a very important trading country, and still somehow lagged somewhere, and we have now to pick up those threads and in the modern times push ourselves again. And the guidance that our Prime Minister is giving us through his various proposals, including the GatiShakti, is commendable, and we are there full-heartedly to support it. Let me bring you in perspective with the oil and gas industry. Since we operate, I don't know how many of you are aware of the oil and gas industry. It's a very big industry, and we are the backbone of the logistics. Basically, trucks won't run if you don't produce or we don't import oil and gas. Power plants won't run. But okay, having said that, the thing is that we have a lot of drilling rigs under operations. We have a lot of pipelines, oil and gas pipelines, which are transporting crude from the field operation side to the refineries. We have so many other what is called group gathering stations, and so much of infrastructure on the ground and under the ground as well. So these things have to get mapped somewhere down the line. And traditionally what has been done so far is that we keep on doing that and we hit roadblocks. We hit roadblocks in terms of whether it is a reservoir, reserve forest, or in terms of habitation, or a river, or a bridge that needs to be crossed. So this GatiShakti, when it was brought to us, we found it very attractive, that it would actually help us organize our system and our pipeline laying, our movement of rigs, everything. So we have, I think, nearly 600 layers of data that has been put into this. So all our acreages that we have, those will be mapped onto this, those have been mapped onto this GatiShakti. Wherever our rigs are operating, wherever our rigs are planned in the next, I think, 6 months, will be there. Because rigs also occupy a substantial amount of nearly a 1 square kilometer area, roughly, of space for drilling operations. Our pipelines, directions, size, everything will be known through this GatiShakti. And this in turn will give us an idea of where the industries are, how we should actually be moving our pipelines, the crude pipelines or the gas pipelines, to be on the safe side and not have any environmental issues and things like that. So this certainly will give a boost to, it will save on the cost also that I was referring also, because you will be more efficient, and this in turn
will help the industry also, wherever the industrialists are there, to actually set up their industries on the lines of these pipelines. Some of them are already doing it. In Gujarat, Gujarat is a success story, in fact, because a lot of industries are buying gas from ONGC. And in fact, you must all be aware of this IGGL, Indradhanush gas project in Northeast. We are in collaboration with IOC, GAIL and NRL to set up this gas grid in the Northeast, so that by 2024, so that the vendors in the Northeast are able to get gas. We are not having so much of industrial activity in the Northeast especially, what we should have. So based on this IGGL support that the industries will get, we will definitely see a boost in the industrial activity in the Northeast. And in general, the government has already created the national gas grid, and the companies, IOC, GAIL, are moving on that direction to develop the gas-based economy in India. So GatiShakti here again will play a very major role in charting out the grid, in efficiently utilizing our resources, our economic of scale that we require, and it will be beneficial for the industry as a whole, because gas grid economy, once gas-based economy will be on that grid, would mean so many things. It will mean supplying to the city CKD, the city gas distribution companies, industries, power plants. So there's so many takeaways from there. So once you have this gas grid, things will definitely take a better turn. So that is where the GatiShakti will be beneficial for us to plan, to execute, and beneficial for the investors, the industry, and the public at large to take benefit from whatever is being put on there. So in that sense, the the investors, like setting up an airport, for instance, or setting up a railway line or whatever, these things, these sections can then collaborate better and in a very efficient manner try to do things without or minimum damage to any of the investment that has already been done, because that is a very important part. Or you cannot move a crude oil pipeline or a gas pipeline, on a flick of fingers, maybe where you can maybe move a road. So these things, once are there on the GatiShakti portal, will actually help out the other stakeholders, whether it is highways or rail or inland waterways, to plan better, and that will eventually help us also to move better. So that is the basic aim of GatiShakti, and that is how we are progressing on it. And the best part, I think, is that once this is done, the digitization process that we have been talking of in the country and in oil and gas industry in general will actually get a boost, because digitization, post-COVID, we have realized that digitization is very critical. During the COVID time, we realized we had our offshore personnels, our online personnels who were on the drilling rigs for more than 70 days away from their families. It was a tremendous task to take them back home during COVID under extreme precautions of moving them by buses, chartering aeroplanes for them exclusively, and things like that. So digitization, access to what is happening in the remote locations. We have a lot of remote locations also. So what is happening there, digitization will improve that. And that is one of the critical part of GatiShakti also, that so what I feel is that sorry about that. So what I feel is that once this portal is full up and running, we will actually benefit more, and I wish this happens, and all the best. Thank you.
for giving a use case of how GatiShakti could be beneficial to the industry and to the investor. I think Mr. Neeraj Kumar, Director, National Broadband Mission, I think he's a meeting, so I would request you to share your thoughts before.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Indian Chamber of Commerce, for inviting me. So, everybody wants good roads, good seaport, good airport, but do you also want the mobile connectivity? Obviously. So, many of you are using mobile here itself, so that is the proof that you want good mobile connectivity. So, I will brief you what we have done using the PM GatiShakti. So, as you know, in telecom, we have the optical fiber cable, we have the mobile towers, right? So, we have mapped 11 lakh route kilometer of optical fiber cable, operator-wise, on the portal. We have also mapped, and apart from tower, there is a term BTS, which is a short name of the antenna. So, we have 7.2 lakh towers, which consist of about 23.5 lakh BTSs. We have also mapped them on the PM GatiShakti NMP platform. So, now how do we use it? So, if you have to have good connectivity, this antenna or tower should be connected with the optical fiber cable. But only around 34–35% of these antennas are connected with optical fiber cable. Rest of the BTSs are connected through microwave or through satellite. But for getting 5G, it won't be possible to get good connectivity if the optical fiber, antennas are not connected with the optical fiber cable. You can't get the 5G connectivity. So, we call it this connection of fiber with the tower, we call it fiberization of tower. So, first of all, we need to use this NMP portal to connect these towers with the optical fiber cable. I am using the term tower fiberization or antenna fiberization interchangeably, but it is not tower fiberization, it is the BTS which is connected with the fiber. So, what we have done, we got a tool developed from BISEC, the shortest distance tool. So, with which you can find out that, okay, if I need to connect this telecom tower with optical fiber cable, where this optical fiber cable is nearest optical fiber. And this optical fiber cable, all the PSUs, 11 lakh route kilometer has been mapped out of the 13 lakh route kilometer. Private TSPs or OFCs yet to be mapped. So, we can find out whether the nearest optical fiber cable is from BBNL, BSNL or Power Grid. And then both the people can talk to each other, but it will give you how far the nearest optical fiber cable is. So, this portal is helping to sell the optical fiber cable of the PSUs, otherwise it is very difficult to sell. And also it is meeting the requirement of fiberization of the towers or fiberization of the BTSs. Similarly, we have also used this shortest distance tool to support the BSNL 4G saturation project, which is basically to connect around 26,000 villages with the 4G, because now they had to choose a location and they had to also find out how far will be the road if they put a tower there. So, because ultimately they will have to carry the cement, iron and other tower structure. So, we could tell to them, okay, where is the nearest road, so that they can ask the truck operator, they can make proper RFP and they can invite bids. And the type of land is also mapped there, whether it's a government land or a private land, right? So, they could identify using this portal that at 7558 locations, this is the land which they want to take, right? And using the shortest distance tools, they could find out if we have to put these 25,000 more towers, then where is the nearest OFC, and they could estimate that to connect these towers with the OFC, they will have to lay 38,000 route kilometer additional optical fiber cable. So, this is the immediate use, and the telecom service provider can also find, because the type of land is also there. Suppose optical fiber cable has to go from one point to another point, additional requirement is there. Then whether the land is hard or soft, that is also there. So, you know that what is the charges for digging in the soft land or hard land. So, you can prepare a DPR that how much cost is going to come there, right? So, similarly, this is helping new projects to be developed, and it is also basically helping the state governments. For example, the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, they want to give connectivity to 2,000 tribal schools. So if we know the GIS location of these tribal schools, we can map it on the PM GatiShakti portal, and we can find out where is the nearest optical fiber cable. And we can give a proposal to Ministry of Tribal Affairs, okay, this is the optical fiber cable required, this is the digging rate, so this will be around, this is the approximate cost of the project which you will have to shell out. So similarly, we have advised all the state governments to fiberize or provide fiber connectivity to their primary health centers, panchayats, and any other institutions. If they are mapped, we can give them a project cost that this is the cost to connect to fiber. And for example, DPIIT had come out with a request that these are the 200 economic zones and whether, where is the optical fiber cable. So immediately we had, this is prior to this project, so we had to write to mail and letters to all the TSPs to find out where the optical fiber cable is. But once everything is mapped on this portal, then it becomes very easy. And yesterday we could use this portal in a particular case of Northeastern Electric Power Corporation. They came to us, they said that they are coming out with the 2360 megawatt hydroelectric power project in Arunachal Pradesh. There is a district headquarters, Shi Yomi district. Anybody has heard about Shi Yomi district in Arunachal Pradesh? And there is a Tato town, there is a district headquarters. Have you heard about it? So they said that they want to have this hydroelectric power project there, and there will be around 4,000 to 5,000 people working there. So immediately we went back onto the portal, located the Tato town there, and we could find out, okay, Railtel optical fiber cable is there, and we could immediately tell to the secretary and others. So this is the situation on the ground. Otherwise, it will take a lot of time to find out what is the on the ground situation and what kind of support is required. So similarly, we are coming out with a call before you dig mobile application, which is going to be launched by Honorable Prime Minister very soon on 23rd. So this application, basically, again, there are two parties, the asset owners, which are having the underground utilities, and the diggers, excavators. So digger has to dig at a particular location. He can upload the GIS location where he wants to do the digging, and immediately the application will have the contact details of all the asset owners mapped on the portal, and immediately the SMS and email alert will go to them, and then it will show the telephone numbers of the digger to the asset owners and the asset owner numbers to the digger, so that both can coordinate. So this will further help in the logistic efficiency and laying the further infrastructure. So thank you very much. I am open for any questions. So I have to leave early.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I think the example of, sir, you can come here, they can ask questions. So the example of Arunachal is really a great example of how infrastructure development can be taken up in remote locations seamlessly. Mr. Khandelwal and Mr. Neeraj Kumar has to leave. So I request all of you, if you have any questions relating to Mr. Khandelwal or Mr. Kumar, we could do. And we had a lot of queries in the morning on the railways. So this is the right time to speak to.
So we are, as already explained, GatiShakti, we are in Railway Board, we have started one GatiShakti directorate, where all the different directorate working separately are under one umbrella for single window clearance. Similar organization have been started in all the divisions in Zonal Railways, all 68 divisions. So any query, anything, we will be. Yes, sir. Ah, sir.
Shortest distance basically is direct shortest distance as well as shortest distance along the road. So along the road, you can always lay the optical fiber cable. Thank you. Any other question?
NOC.
No, this call before you dig is only for the coordination purpose. You have to take the approvals and permission from all the relevant authorities separately. This is only for coordination.
Why not the framework provides NOC automatically from if everything is met?
No, that process is not well defined, so we are coming out first of all with this coordination purpose only. Maybe later we can add these features later on if those agencies agree.
Hello, sir, good afternoon. Connecting to the railways, Sir, I am from Hyderabad city. We have 3 stations in Hyderabad. One is Secunderabad, Nampalli and Kachigoda. In these 3 stations, what I have seen is to keep the logistics products, whichever it comes, there is no space available in that. So are you providing in connecting to this GatiShakti, all the railway station logistics space you are providing extra? Anything?
Yeah. All, you must be hearing, we are now Amrit Bharat station schemes, we have station development scheme we have started.
Okay.
The station, not only stations are being planned, their infrastructure, logistic, all around the stations we are planning. Widening of road, approaches, parking, taking over the state government roads and widening them, all those things. So in that parcel space, loading, all GatiShakti terminals, wherever demand is there, holistically they are being planned at all the 1275 stations so far identified.
But all the stations are which is located in cities like in Mumbai, Hyderabad, all.
Yeah.
There is no entry for the trucks in 24 hours because all cargo has been shifted to the outskirts, ORRs. So how we can collect the materials in bulk when we get the things done?
Wherever in our integrated planning now for all station development, we are keeping separate entry. If it is not allowed in the city, that railway station, definitely it cannot come.
So
but if it is allowed in the city, we have separate entry. Now passenger and parcel cargo entry to the railway station, we are separating.
Okay.
So in that, you will be able to enter almost 24 hours. But like in Delhi, Connaught Place, if you are not allowed to bring vehicles in daytime, therefore you will not be able to bring at Delhi station also in after modification.
To pick the material, the secondary freight will go up. From the picking, even in Sanat Nagar, Hyderabad, there is a logistic hub is there.
Yeah.
For the cements and the FCA.
I know Sanat Nagar, Hyderabad, I have been
so
there.
See, when we want to go and pick up again, our transportation charges will increase.
Yeah.
So how to compete with the local transportation and the road transportation prices? This is the issue.
That if you have, we have to have, we cannot have out logistic parcel at Kachigoda, as you are telling.
Okay.
Definitely those loading, unloading and all those things will be out of the city. We have to separate it.
Okay.
So
again,
we cannot have at every station bulk unloading or loading arrangements.
Sir, sorry to say, sir, today what is happening, even the road transportation, all the hubs are outskirts.
Yes.
The master truck will come and it will unload at master hub.
Yes.
From there it has to go to the local hubs. It will take 3 days.
Yeah.
That point to point it will come in 24 hours, but from logistic hubs to the end user it will be coming.
Yeah, we can discuss it, but this is, we are taking care of it.
This is because
as far as possible in all our planning.
So I think the point is noted. We will.
Okay.
Sir, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Patil. Actually, for the effective implementation of the PM GatiShakti, it is necessary to have the effective workforce. So is there any component embedded for the skill development or the training and the development? Because particularly when we are using the GIS platform, the workforce which will be handling the GatiShakti initiatives will be expert in their own domain. And particularly when we are using the technology leverages of BISAC-N and the ISRO, I think necessary skill development programs must be embedded and must be given a thrust in the GatiShakti. So are there any separate, icon for this particular training and development? If so, please elaborate us.
I will answer that.
Yeah.
So all the ministries have been asked to train all the manpower which is there of the PSUs, and we have already trained about 850 officers from DOT, CDOT, BSNL, BBNL, how to use these features which are available on our portal. Similarly, all other ministries have also been asked to train the manpower.
Yeah. Now, we are also in the same business, in the training organization. We are also training, and we have floated so many programs on our portal. And we are also training the teachers of
No, this is a specialized thing, because what is to be trained in telecom, we only know, because we have populated the data, we have got the tools made, nobody else knows.
Yes, sir.
In
That
fact,
is
even
why
our training center, we have to train them.
Right,
The anti-pirate, our training center, we have to train them.
Okay.
So we have to train the trainers also.
Okay.
Yeah, it is very specific thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. So I think we would move ahead. May I request Mr. Sujit Cherian, Chief Strategic Officer, LEAP, to share your experiences on improving logistic efficiencies.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. As I said earlier, LEAP stands for Leading Enterprise in Asset Pooling. What we really do is, while GatiShakti and other government initiatives develops or helps improve the transportation infrastructure of the company, the warehousing infrastructure of the company, of the country, and probably, hopefully, also the labor infrastructure of the country. One thing that really needs to be addressed is how are assets going to move more efficiently. And what we do is we provide returnable packaging to our customers to improve efficiency in movement of goods. Just to give you an example, in the USA, there are 2 billion or 1.5 to 2 billion pallets in use, wooden pallets in use. And out of that, 300 to 400 million pallets are rented pallets. That means you can pick it up in New York and you can drop it off in California. Or in Europe also, there are millions of pallets in use where you can pick it up in Germany, put your goods on that on the pallet, and you can give it up like a hire structure. You can de-hire it in Paris. In the same way, many of our customers take wooden pallets, plastic crates, foldable large containers from us, pick it up from, say, Gurgaon, and they can drop it in Chennai. And we will pick it back from them, and we keep reusing these assets. Just to give you a flavor, in the US, there are 300 to 400 million pallets which are rented like this. And in India, the number is hardly 6-7 million. So the number of pallets that are rented in India is minuscule. And there are only few industries and few players in these industries who are using this facility to improve their efficiency. Just to give you some examples, the beverage industry. There is a large player in the beverage industry who produce and sell 500 million liters of beverages in India. And each and every bottle that moves on our pallets. And they have the opportunity of, or they have we provide a facility where they can take a pallet from us at their bottling unit, and we pick it up from their consumption unit. So what we do is basically ensure that pallets move from their raw material manufacturers to their manufacturing unit, from their manufacturing to their distribution center, from the distribution center to the consumption center, and from the consumption center we pick it back. So what we are doing is we are basically trying to exploit, or let me put a better word, to increase the efficiency of this infrastructure that is being set up through the GatiShakti and the National Logistics Policy. Just to give you a few more examples, what we really do is warehousing efficiency. In the old days, warehousing, if you wanted to put more goods, all that you could do is grow horizontally. Today, a lot of businesses, when they want to increase their warehousing capacity, they don't go horizontally, they go vertically. They put up racking systems. And the moment you put up a ground plus 10 racking system, then what you need is pallets to keep in that racking system. They take the pallets from us. That is how it works. Trucks. There are many trucks where, depending on the type of goods that are loaded on that truck, if it is hand-loaded, it may take 2 hours to 6 hours to load a truck and 2 hours to 6 hours to unload the truck, depending on the weight of the material. But if you do palletized loading, then it can take as little as 20 minutes to load and 20 minutes to unload. And so we had a classic example, a very large dairy producer in Gujarat had 50 docking bays, and they wanted to increase their production and their transportation capacity. Their production capacity they could increase very easily because they have high-tech machines today that can do 500 bottles, 800 bottles, 1,000 bottles a minute. But the moment the production happened and they took it to their loading bay, they had only 50 loading bays. And with 50 loading bays, you could only load 200 trucks in a day. The moment you did palletized loading, you could quadruple that number. Instead of doing 200 trucks, you can now do 800 plus trucks. So without increasing the number of loading bays, you can actually quadruple your capacity or your throughput capacity. Everybody over here is today used to, ordering on Flipkart, Amazon, and being satisfied with instant gratification. You ordered something in the morning, but today evening or next day, within 24 hours, you get delivery. If anybody says that they're going to deliver in 2 days or 3 days, you'll say, no, I'm not interested. I want it in 24 hours. So how is that possible? The throughput of warehouses has to increase. And as our GDP and our per capita income goes up, the expectation of our population also goes up. Everybody wants instant gratification. And therefore, the throughput of warehouses can be only increased, and the efficiency of warehouses can only be increased through automation, through palletization, and through returnable packaging. So through this medium, what we would like, or what LEAP would like to basically convey to you is that while warehousing efficiency, transportation efficiency, and hopefully labor efficiency will improve, one of the methods of doing this is through automation of material handling, through palletization, and through such solutions. And there are a few companies that are offering this facility. We are one of the market leaders, and we would like to engage with as many of you to find solutions. We are working with the Morbi tile industry. We are working in beverages. We are working in e-commerce to basically improve efficiencies for each of these players. This is a short introduction. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I think one of the suggestions that we are going to, from the Chamber of Commerce that we want to present to the Minister is to encourage vertical growth of warehouses and allow relaxation in terms of FSI and height restrictions. I think that would ensure that the land efficient utilization of land. We're moving on to Mr. Anil Syal, President, Safe Express. We would like to request you to share your views.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. In terms of, I think if I was to start from the morning session, I must thank Mihir specifically for opening this session today. More importantly, opening our eyes towards what actually GatiShakti does, behind the scenes, because ever since this has actually come to the fore, we've heard all about it. It's been the buzzword, so to speak, but factually, nobody actually saw what was happening. We heard a few of these sessions. We heard some bureaucracy talk about this is going to happen, that is going to happen. Some ministers talk about what not is going to happen, but factually, nobody knew what is going to happen because we were unaware. And a few data points that you shared, a few slides that you shared, actually one can visualize now what has happened. I would like to, of course, see most of these new upcoming sessions, even if they are not kind of released to the private sector, but certainly in some manner show reflections of what is happening. But that's kind of, I'm glad I saw what I saw. Having said that, I think I'm a transporter at heart. We are a logistics service provider. When I kind of scoured through the details of the GatiShakti, architecture, and we engaged, in all enthusiasm with ULIP and I think the E-log or I-log and all that. Factually, I realized that we had very little to engage with. As a service provider, I found very limited aspects of engaging with them. And then we moved to the national logistics policy and the master plan. And we realized that there's much more meat there for service providers like us, for logistics service providers, where, of course, there's much more integration possibilities, there's much more engagement possibilities, there are much more realizable advantages, so to speak. From within the slides that you shared, if I can pick out one, one data point. You also mentioned that as an aspirational point, and I think I like that idea, and that is the freight, the freight flow layer. And incidentally, I was having a discussion on a similar aspect with another forum, and we were talking about, the GatiShakti is building so much, or basically it's not building anything, it's basically trying to provide integrated information or coordination with departments, but at the effective discussion is that it is enabling faster development of infrastructure in one way or the other. So a freight flow layer, and you've used a phrase and I'm kind of using something of my own, and that was, if we could actually, if the same departments could actually track material flow, from one part of the country to another, because we are kind of part of the same genre. And having said that, if there is some information that is available to the requisite departments, they could actually start their infra planning and, so to speak, maybe prioritizing, if I can call it that, to the actual flow where the material is going. Somebody told about, I think it was either Meher or somebody else in the morning, spoke about the dedicated freight corridor coming from north to east. Now, as a transporter, I'm aware, there's very limited amount of, as against northwest, north-south, and west-south corridors, the movement between northeast and east-north corridor is much lesser than what one would have wanted. And yet, the first freight corridor is coming there. Obviously, there must be some planning going on there. But if I look at whether can I onboard some of my cargo on that, possibly limited. So maybe if not merely, if there could be an engagement with the industry to find, material flow data, and better still, if one could sift through GST data. GST provides with droves and droves of data, which is basically gold in itself. If you can look at the e-waybill data for material flow, you'll actually find the right amount of material going from one part of the country to another, or what is going from which part of the country to another. What priority should be given to what nature of infrastructure to come first or second or whatever, what have you. Anyhow, having said what I said about GatiShakti, I'm still figuring out what it does. Actually, we have very limited integration capabilities around that. But on the national logistics policy, I have a fair bit of advantage to share with the fraternity, specifically speaking on behalf of logistics as or road transportation, surface transportation as a sector. I see a lot of advantages going around there, because better infrastructure in terms of roads, in terms of tolls, or dismantling of some of the tolls or barriers or impediments is actually helping improve on-road performance. In the morning, we heard something about on-road time or on-road kilometers per day of truckers going from 250 up to 500, 600, close to 500, 600. At Safe Express, we've actually already been doing close to about 800 to 1,000 kilometers a day in any case, so much earlier than what we were. But anyhow, we are an express service provider, and hence our metrics are different. But this itself is a very useful piece of information to everyone in case one is monitoring that there is a improved on-road performance of trucks, because that's a major milestone to cover. The one other part which I would, one would prefer if I was to speak on behalf of the road transport sector once again, is something about compliances and licensing compliances and registration. Well, let me throw a little bit of a data point to most of the team members sitting here. If I was a road transporter, or if I was a simple warehouse service provider, since Mr. Cherian also mentioned something about warehousing, and then, so if I was a simple warehouse service provider in India and operating in one single state, or a road transporter with a corporate office in one single state, there are close to 650 compliances that one has to meet today to simply operate in one state. of these 35s are licenses and registrations. Close to about 95 of these are simply display obligations. You have labor displays or signages displays and whatnot and all. There are more than 135 unique registers one has to maintain on a day-to-day level, on a disclosure level. More than 94 or specifically 94 unique disclosures and returns and filings and compliances one has to meet on declarations stuff only. At least 98 unique items for employees' welfare or social welfare or employee safety standards one has to meet for. So a single location service provider has to meet about 650 compliances and licensing requirements to meet. Close to 220 of these have some or the other level of criminality or a jail term associated to them. So if you can imagine the nature of compliances, registrations, and requisite impediments one has to go through to be a service provider in this sector. And add to that another fact that close to about 5,000 of regulatory compliances or changes happen every year. So you need to keep track of all those to make sure that, okay, which ones are you missing out, or which ones are getting updated in a different format or form. Now, if you put all that together, and one has to look with the specter of what is going on in the GatiShakti multi-layer, the 1,300 layers that these gentlemen speak of, plus the logistics policy that is getting integrated to it. One must understand that there's a ground level difficulty of operating some of these businesses, the service businesses that we speak of. I also heard a couple of questions coming to the podium which spoke of the difficulties that the users are facing in terms of transporter issues. If you look at what a conventional trucker or a transporter is dealing with on a day-to-day level, you'll find that the issues that are getting downstreamed to service users are much lesser. They're getting absorbed at a transporter level itself. That is why you'll also see a whole lot of this sector in itself is very oft repeated quote that's it's a scattered business, it's an unorganized business, and so on and so forth. The fact is that if you have 650 compliances to a state, and in a national level, if I have to compound this, there are more than 1,530 acts that govern the transportation business. And of those, there are close to about 70,000 compliances if you were to operate a national level operator, that is a company like Safe Express. So you imagine what one has to integrate to become an organized player, and hence a sector which is so unorganized or scattered or such. How will it form if you have such kind of compliances and registrations to come through? So if India has to be a highly efficient, logistics efficient country where logistics costs from whatever benchmark number of 14, 13, 10, 8, whatever it is, if it has to come to a more optimal level, it has to also deal with some different level of obligations that transporters have to go through. I said what I said from a specter of a logistics professional, not necessarily Safe Express. Safe Express in itself is doing some different nature of work. And maybe if I can add an element of logistics, because there were some presentations about logistics efficiencies and whatnot. So maybe a small speck of that information or assistance in case I can provide is with the implementation of GST. A lot of organizations have actually now the opportunity of genuinely treating India as a single market. And I still see a lot of, because we deal with a lot of organizations, I still see a whole lot of companies not really, coming up and taking that advantage big time. The reason I say that is because if you were yesterday maintaining 20 warehouses across India for the reason of CST or LST or sales tax purposes, today with one nation, one market or one tax structure, you really have a capability of integrating consolidating your warehousing systems, whether you do verticalization or whether you do some other optimal way of optimization. Either which way, you have the capability of trying to treat India as one market, maybe if not one, maybe four, dividing it into, because of a large market that it is, maybe do it by 4. But there is a capability of, trying to deal with it more logistics efficiently. So the efficiency part of it somehow starts from the planning capabilities. And we still see the journey is somewhat away from there. But yeah, this is a piece I would like to advise people to consider, because logistics efficiency of a country will come down when all organizations, all public sector and private organizations try and assist themselves first, bring their cost down, and effectively the country's logistics cost will come down. That's from me, sir.
So thank you very much. I think one of the deliverables of this conference is that we would like to go back to the ministry, to the minister and to the secretary on specific suggestions that we would like to take. Like the government to take. So, for example, on the compliances, I'd be very grateful if you could share the list of compliances and those compliances which could be redundant. ICC team would get in touch with you and take that. Similarly, we would all request all of you, even if there are specific suggestions, we had a specific query on railways, please put those specific suggestions also in this. I think you could bail this to Paromita at ICC. And I could assure you that we would take this up with the ministry and we would do our best to see those to be implemented. We would like to make a difference, and that's how the conference has been designed, and that's what has been a brief with the minister and the ministry. So we request again is the next 2 to 3 days, if you could send in your suggestions. So within a week, we would like to hand over our recommendations coming out of this conference to the ministry. So if there's any other questions or yeah. Paromita, Mike, if you can do
This is Professor Banwet here from IIT Delhi, an emeritus professor. I was just wondering whether or not you have, in the logistics policy, anything to do with the reverse logistics and the circular economy. Mr. Sujit did mention a small case about that, but I think sustainability, circular economy, and reverse logistics, I think have not been given that much importance as of now, till whatever we have been hearing. Thank you.
I think so. That's a very valid observation. Just to give you a perspective, whether it is Europe, whether it is even the not so developed markets like GCC, the importance given to reverse logistics, the importance given to circular logistics or circular assets or assets that can be reused and recirculated is phenomenal. The focus of, and this is not something that has been done, I would say, for the first time. This has been in vogue. In fact, it came into being in a very big way in the Second World War. In the Second World War, when a lot of the materials, both arms, armament, consumables, including food, everything had to move from North America to Europe. And the ships had to bring them from North America, come to Europe, and then go back and get again more material because Europe had completely fallen apart. That is when this whole concept of reusable pallets, reusable containers and all of these things came into picture. After that, metal containers is another, huge this thing. Today, we have not touched upon metal containers, but containerization is a huge facilitator to speed. And the level of containerization in India is way, way lower than in the rest of the world. And while our international trade is done through containerization, a lot of it is, almost all of it is containerized, but our domestic trade is still not containerized. And that's where I'd like to commend the professor for bringing this to our attention. And this is something that we should put in our suggestion to the central government, that while they are building up all of this infrastructure, the efficiency of the use of this infrastructure will only go up if we can also pay attention to these aspects. The other aspect that I'd like to also talk about is labor efficiency. And it was brought in by many gentlemen over here that what are we doing with with the efficiency of our labor. Now, what is really important is to move away from the age-old shoulder and move to upskilling our labor. And I think so that is the stated policy of our government, that we need to upskill and not just keep our people poor and doing the same job that their grandfathers were doing, that is Hamali. So they have to move ahead and they have to upskill. And one of the things that we have been actively promoting, we also have an arm that basically rents out forklifts, rents out stackers, rents out battery-operated pallet trucks. This is also, so everything that you need in a warehouse, everything that you need to load a truck efficiently, to unload a truck efficiently, all of this is provided by us on rent. And most of our, in fact, a lot of our customers are today finding the benefits, because that really brings down their capital expenditure. It helps them to manage their operating expenditure by increasing the efficiency of their operations. And that is something that now we need to now start paying attention to. And I was basically alluding to this aspect when I asked the minister that how do you expect the private sector to contribute, and this is one area where the private sector can contribute. The private sector has contributed heavily in building up the warehousing infrastructure of our country, because a lot of the investment that has gone into developing new age warehousing has come from the private sector. But to improve efficiency, we really have to adopt new methods, not so new internationally, but probably new in India.
So I think, so there's that one last question we are running out of time.
Sure. It's a very quick question. My name is Ashish Mendirata, and I represent Chamber of Supply Chain Leaders. This question is both to Sujit and Anil, because it's linked. We talked about, the palletized movement in India is very minuscule, right, as compared to the other countries. One of the, big reason, because I have been on the other side of the table as a user, is the lack of standardization of the vehicles. Today I plan, number of boxes. I can still make it, plus minus few boxes and then here and there. But if I start planning based on the pallets, I don't know whether, if one pallet it doesn't fit in, the entire space gets wasted, right? So, it has been talked about, to standardize, look at, how many types of vehicles we have, can we standardize those number of vehicles so that it becomes easier to plan, right? And it would require, all the stakeholders from the user side, from the transporters and the OEMs to come together and work out, to standardize the number of types of vehicle bodies that we have. So any ideas and thoughts on that?
So I'll just take that first. We currently have a pool of 5 million pallets, which we give out to our customers. And almost 90%, 85 to 90% of that is the 1210 pallet. It's a 1.2 meter by 1 meter pallet, which basically means that in a 40 feet container or on a 40 feet truck, we can have almost 36 to, depending, mostly around 36 pallets. And that is standard. So all of our customers who use this for transportation especially, they go in for the standard 12 by 10 pallet. and that basically ensures absolute efficiency in truck utilization. That's my short and simple answer.
No, I'm talking about the standardization of vehicles.
I think we will take this over.
Yeah, because we don't have standardized vehicles. It's difficult to plan.
So I think I think we're going to run out of time. So maybe you could take 2 minutes.
Yeah.
We've got a session.
So first, I'd like to. So what Sujit mentioned, the pallets that are generally available, the 1.2 by 1 meter pallet, usually are, the gold standard for EXIM-related movement. So that is why he referred something about the 40 feet containers or the 20 feet containers. They're more generalized there, or general use is there. But in the domestic market, you mentioned about, and coming to your specific question about standardized vehicles. So even though there's shortage of standardized vehicles, but if you see the prevalent vehicles that are available on Indian roads, they're either 32 feet containers or the old school 20 feet containers. In either of the two scenarios, these fit. We've been as a carrier ourselves in domestic sphere, we carry containerized cargo only. Palletized cargo only. All these pallets definitely fit very well in the 32 feet single layer one. To the point that the other gentleman was making, so the problem usually is, at least to someone like us, where we do not have homogenized material movement. So there is a possibility that some of these are cartons, some of these are bales, some of these are rolls, some of these are rods or different dimensional cargo. So we usually do two layering of this thing. So the base layer, the lower layer is the palletized layer, and the upper layer is the loose cargo layer. We try and do that at least in Safe Express. And in terms of your specific question, the movement is towards more standardized vehicles. There's no one common forum where you can ask for something of that nature. And there's no one common industry forum also where you can ask that, okay, let's everybody start using palletized this thing. So as organizations start valuing palletized movement more and more, this move will continue to, eventually fructify. To one last point, there's some, maybe a myth in that sense that there's some global benchmark which is some higher utilization of palletized movement than what we are doing here in India. On the ground transportation, the surface transportation, we are very much emulating what is happening in the European market or what is happening in the North American market, if you were to take a Western example. Emulating, when I say, is the larger content of road cargo being loose cargo as against palletized cargo. Yes, the palletized cargo is more when it comes to the railway movement or the container movement, so to speak, in that sense.
So thanks a lot. I think we will close the session.
Thank you very much, sir, for wonderfully conducting the session. We'd also like to thank the esteemed panelists for your patient hearing and answering to all the queries which we have placed. In this regard, may I request Mr. Shudip Dotto, ICC Chairman, National Committee on Infrastructure, to kindly present a token of memento to Mr. Jitendra Tikku, Chief Exploration, IVSS, and Mr. Anil Khandelwal, Principal Executive Director, Railway Board. He has left. Mr. Sujit Cherian, Chief Strategic Officer, LEAP. Mr. Neeraj Kumar, Director National Broadband Missions, DOT. And Mr. Anil Sial, President, Safe Express. Here we conclude the first session, the plenary session of today. But we'll be back in 20 minutes because we are already running late. Hence, I would like to request the honorable dignitaries to kindly join us in next 20 minutes, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Join the dais. May I request your kind presence inside the auditorium, please? The last and the concluding part of today's session, the role of private sector. In this regard, we would like to introduce Captain Pankaj Kumar, the Director of Diamond Blue Shipping Solutions Private Limited. May I request your applause for welcoming them, please. Mr. Manu Bhalla, Director of Freight System. Mr. Abhishek Prakash Rao, President RSA Global India. Mr. Deepak Kumar, AVP Sales V-Trans Group. Mr. Mihir Shah, Partner Ernst & Young. Mr. Vifan Jean, Chairman, Task Pillar on Skill Development and Honorable Member, Air Cargo Forum, India. This session will be moderated by Mr. Kanishka Shettiya, ICC Chairman of National Committee on Logistics. So, may I request Mr. Shettiya to kindly start the session, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I request our guests who are still having lunch, they can bring their lunch plates at the table, not an issue at all. We'll be starting now. For the paucity of time, we will start now. So welcome everyone to the first session here in Delhi, the final session for the day. And we are here to talk about a very important part of the multimodal supply chain, very important part of GatiShakti. That is the role of the private sector and how it envisages its being in this entire concept which is coming into our country in a big way. We have a distinguished panel of speakers with me on both sides. And for the brevity of time, the format that we're going to use is that each of my speakers will briefly touch upon their salient points for about 5 minutes or so. And then what we'll do is all of us as a community of leaders, for a lack of a better word, will open up for question and answers with all of you. And maybe we can add some value or clear some doubts that you might have about supply chain in general and multimodal and GatiShakti in particular. So, when I was talking about GatiShakti in the morning and the role that it has to play in the growth of the country, I'd like to repeat that according to World Bank and according to various studies done, for every rupee that the government has spent historically on infrastructure, the GDP has grown from anywhere from 2.5 to 3.5 rupees. So you can see the kind of power that infrastructure and especially this GatiShakti project will have for the nation as a whole. I'm very, very bullish about the progress that we've already done, and I'm very hopeful that this is going to get us to where we need to be, which is a $32 trillion economy in the next 20 odd years. Like I said, it took us about 40 years of independence to get to the first billion. It took us the next 20 to double that, but it took us less than 10 years to double that again. And we've already gone from 4 to 5 in less than 5 years, 4 years to be honest. And so, being part of the industry, I think this is an industry which is a sunshine industry. It's an industry which is going to see the best of days coming forward. And whoever is part and participant of this is going to really reap benefits, not for himself, his company, but also for the nation as a whole. So, the role that the private partner plays in infra projects like rail and road and ports is very, very obvious. If you have good road networks, you will need pit stops for refreshments, you will need dhabas, you will need petrol pumps, you will need mechanics and so on and so forth. Similarly, for railways, you have good stations, you will need facilities there. For airports, it's the same. The ports is the same. So basically, the role of the private sector is really going to keep on getting bigger and bigger, as we have seen on the highways where you have the BOT projects, the build, operate, and transfer projects. Similarly, you have many of the ports which have been handed over to the private sector, airports which have been handed over to the private sector. In the rail, we have PCTOs, which is the private container train operators. We have private freight players. So, the role is growing continuously, and it's going to, lead to some very, very interesting times. So, without, further ado, can I request my friend sitting to my left, Mihir, to start off with a brief presentation on what he envisages the role of the private sector, and then we'll get the next speaker to come in. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Ganesh. So I think, on this subject, which is a pretty interesting subject, I see this in two parts. One is investor facilitation or investment facilitation. And second is public-private partnerships, because these are the two, I would say, models that have been used in terms of entering private sector investment in any sector, typically the infrastructure sector. If I look at PPPs per se, because this is one element that we're talking about, and I look at GatiShakti involved in that exercise, I go back to my presentation in the morning where I talked about how GatiShakti can help de-risk private investment and PPPs per se. Now, PPPs, if you see the journey of PPPs in India, it has gone through its highs and lows. And we are at a point where really private sector investment is not forthcoming. It's more government spending and private then operating it. And that is because we have had real bad experiences in terms of project clearances, land acquisition, and a lot of defaults. Now, through GatiShakti, that risk in future PPP projects can really be taken out to a great extent. And that will then have a follow-on effect of cheaper credit because the banks are not taking that risk, better insurance premiums. So GatiShakti, in that sense, from an investment perspective, can bring about a paradigm change in how private sector and public sector partner together on large PPP projects. Within the transport and logistics sector, where are we seeing the new paradigm of PPPs happening today in India? The immediate one that comes to my mind is multimodal logistics parks, where NHML has already successfully done that in Chennai. And there are many other large projects that they're planning. And it's so beautifully conceived that all the public infrastructure in terms of railways, where RVNL comes in, land where the state government comes in, and the infrastructure where the National Highways Logistics Management Company comes in, all of them come together, set up an SPV, and then give the concession out. So it's basically taking away all the infrastructure risk and getting an operator on board to develop it. So I think that's a good example that could be replicated elsewhere. Now, if you look at the facilitation side, because ultimately, unlike the traditional infrastructure sectors, logistics, warehousing is a very private sector driven market, where the government is more of a facilitator rather than an investor. And I think that will continue to happen. Where I see a very large role of the government when it comes to facilitation is one, clearances, but more importantly, land. Today, the biggest land estate owner in the country is the government. And the pace at which the need for logistics is going to grow, it will be next to impossible to find non-government land satisfying that demand, both within the city and along our expressways or highways. To me, that really is the biggest challenge that we have to solve. We have worked on, I have personally worked on many of these transactions, and very often there is a clear mismatch between the price expectations of the government for land and the value economics that a project will have from a private sector perspective. So how can we look at innovative HAM kind of structures where the viability gap is bridged? Because government has to come in as the landowner if the needs of the sector are to be met over the next 20 years. So I think those, I would leave those thoughts, Kanishk, and go to the other members.
Thank you, Mihir. Thank you for that insight. And points are very well raised. That land is already a pretty hard input to get in most places in the country. And it looks like it's going to get tougher as we go ahead. Having said that, can I now request my friend Mr. Vipin Jain, Chairman of Task Pillar on Skill Development and Honorary Member of Air Cargo Forum India, to share his brief thoughts.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Colleagues on the dais, I think in this session we see less participants, but nevertheless I think we'll make it interesting. We have been hearing about water resources, railway, road transportation, but I come from a specific sector, which is air sector. Of course, the logistics side. I represent the Air Cargo Forum India, which is nothing but a key stakeholders association. So that means we have airlines, we have freight forwarders, we have airport operators, terminal operator, freight forwarders. Everyone is a member of this organization. I also represent one private group, which is Ethics Group, which also provide Pradhan Mantri Jan Aushadhi Yojana. Maybe you have heard about this name. We started this journey from Ethics Group in 2017, when it has only 18 crores of turnover and then only 238 stores in India. But today, in this financial year, we are likely to finish with 1,200 crores of turnover only for this, and 9,500 stores across India. So this was the mission of Prime Minister Shri Modi. And of course, even it was mentioned in the Parliament speech as well, that what progress has been made in last 5 years. So I think Minister Saab also mentioned in the morning about the health, roti, kapda aur makan, and then health on top. So health comes from here actually. So everyone gets medicines on the cheap rate. As far as the air sector is concerned, we are still ranging in 3.5 million tons of cargo. This I'm talking about international and domestic. Last 5 years data I'm throwing. So including COVID time, before COVID time and all that, we are not able to make much progress. But believe you me, when I heard about GatiShakti, of course, Prime Minister announced, I think on 15th August 2021, we thought it is meant for us actually, multimodal transportation, which is completely missing in India. Actually, if we look at our neighbors in Dubai, 90% of the cargo is moving from sea to air. 90%. In India, I don't think it is even 1%. Similarly, Singapore and other airports around us in Asia. So I think this is very important, very, very important for us as an industry, and multimodal is the future. I mean, actually the industry is very demanding. We have high consumption in India, but as I said, we are not able to create multimodal. I think everybody is talking in isolation, whether it is road transportation, railway we heard, air sector, but I think we need someone as a father or an umbrella who can actually take care of all the industries and put together, and then we can have real... we started importing from Dhaka to create India as a hub, but I think the permission comes in part. First, they gave permission only for Calcutta airport. Then after 1 year of persuasion, we finally managed for Delhi. I think there is the point which we will take up through here as well, Indian Chamber of Commerce as well, that the permission should come in one go for all airports. It is the same logic, same government, same permission. So I think this is something which we are looking forward for. Road feeder service. The complete Europe, the transportation by road from, let's say, Germany, any airport to London is also happening by road feeder service. You will not even know the cargo has moved by a truck. I mean, truck is the real word actually. So, but in India, again, one particular transporter will get permission for just Delhi, one will get just for Bombay. I think there we have to open up, and then we can make real use of multimodal transportation in India. It has a huge scope. I mean, even though we have a target of 10 million tons by 2030, but I think it is quite difficult to achieve. But of course, with the multimodal, I think we still see a good scope. As far as private partnership and the private contribution is concerned, I think there could not be any better model than aviation. I think we have all seen how the transformation of Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Hyderabad, I mean, you name the airport and now it is all privatized. And what progress, what satisfaction you also have as a passenger. Of course, there are certain complaints, I'm not going in details, but definitely there's a complete transformation, even for airlines. I mean, I still remember it, 1986, 87, Delhi Bangalore ticket was 16,000 rupees. I mean, now you see what the ticket is. So I think this is the best model for us as air sector. And I think we still need, as an expectation from the industry, a real single window. When I say real single window means if I put something on as a permission, there should be a dashboard where as a user, I can also see where is my file. This is something missing. I think people are making still rounds to the ministry and other offices. I'm not criticizing. We have made tremendous progress. I have seen the time when 14 days were free period. Free period was given by the government to transport the cargo when I joined 30 years back. Today we are at 1 or 2 days time, dwell time, we call it actually. So this is how we need to work towards this. And I have a high expectation from this multimodal. India has a very good geographical location. We are connecting Asia and Europe. Politically, I think we are very well placed. I think we heard the minister and we all know, of course. And on top, trust. Now, trust on India is very high globally. Without FDI, I don't think we can work. I was reading somewhere, I think last year we had the highest FDI in India. It is 6 billion, if I'm not wrong. So all these things, we have a young population. Minister also mentioned, I think we all know. I think we have a lot of advantages. But to implement it, bring it together, I think is the task for associations like this. And I'm quite hopeful. I mean, if we work together very closely, India can actually become a capital for the world. I mean, in multimodal and air logistic market. I have nothing much to say. I'll be happy to answer anything related to air cargo because I know we are running short of time. So I would like to restrict myself. Thank you. I'm still here or around just in case if you want to know anything on your sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vipin Bhai. Some very pertinent points raised. Just to put it in reference, Vipin Bhai was saying 30 years ago, free time was 14 days at the airport. The dwell time is now 1 to 2 days, so you can see the progress. The shipping container free time has now come down to 14 days. So what used to be air traffic free time is what we have for shipping line. So that shows the progress that we've made. There is a lot of progress to be made in multi-mode connecting air and ship. But multimodal in road and rail has seen tremendous progress. Road and river has also seen tremendous progress. And hopefully air and sea cargo multimode will also pick up shortly. So thank you, Vipin Bhai. Thank you so much. Can I now request my friend Mr. Deepak Kumar, AVP Sales of VTrans Group, to share his inputs, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Sethia. Good afternoon, friends. I hope we all are awake. I am awake, and I see all of you are awake. Great. Since morning, we have been talking about some data point, then we talk about collaboration, then we talk about two system or two function or two ministry or two departments are not talking to each other and resulting in loss of revenue. Why loss of revenue? Because it takes little longer time. This we have been seeing from our childhood. First, the cable operator will come, they will dig the road, they will build the road. Somebody else will come, some gas people will come, they will again dig the road and they will again repair the road. So this is adding cost to our nation, right? So similar way, if I look at our industry and in parallel to our industry, if I compare this with two more industry, which are very relevant to us. One is telecom. They are service industry. Very, very, very relevant and very, very close to us. And another one is automobile. So they put together, they contribute about 16-17% of GDP. We alone contribute about 14% as a logistics, right? Those two industries I have been noticing for quite some time that they collaborate with each other. I built a network I built a tower. I am ex-service provider. I built a tower, and I give it to somebody else as well, my competitor, who can also use my tower. Whereas the number portability has become so easy that I can switch to any other service provider. But there is no fear of losing a customer, losing a share of business. Similar way, if I look at automobile industry, same facility produce car for two brands, two manufacturers, and they are a competitor to each other. So much so nowadays, I give half the technology to another gentleman, and he uses his technology, and then he built a car. And that become a super hit car. Whereas when it comes to our industry, we, rather than collaborating, we compete with each other. Now, when we talk about multimodal, we talk about optimization, public partner program, how it is going to happen? Unless and until we open the gate for each one of us. Now, as an organization, I represent VTrans. We are a national player. We are known for carrying a commercial goods. We are known for carrying a commercial goods, and we carry close to 2 million tons a year, having a footplate of about 3 million square feet footplate across the country. Now, why I am not being competitive? Sometime, I will have a back haul, but I will not have a front haul. My competitor will have a front haul, he will not have a back haul. Now, if we start collaborating with each other, all these challenges, the cost, what we are talking about to bring down to single digit, which is there in the developed country, these are the few things which we need to think. Now, from the government point, if I have to share my data with my competitor, I will be little apprehensive. I may not be very, very, very keen to share my data because I will always be afraid what is going to happen to my business. Because this is a very, very, very fragmented business, not so organized. Although, to run this business, we have 1,500 compliances almost to compete. But still we are on organized sector. So thanks for this national logistics policy which has given this recognition to us. Now this is a time for government or for us to create a consortium where we exchange data to X level without losing this, secrecy. And then only this we can think of reducing the cost. Otherwise, this is continue to increase. We also talk about backhaul, reverse logistics. Now to make a reverse logistics, I'm sure government will have a data, or if not, then we can help them creating or giving our information, what is my backhaul, which location I am delivering and from where I am picking. If we are able to exchange those information and government is able to an extent push the industry to set up their facility there, so that will create a load balancing kind of stuff. In today's scenario, there are many pockets which are heavily delivery, but from there is no pickup load. Now the cost, you cannot optimize the cost, and you will never be optimize the cost. Because you will be building 60-65% of your cost from one side itself. So if we are able to create those synergy, if you are able to create those data bank, probably it will help us to build the nation, achieve our objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deepak Bhai. Really, it's food for thought for all of us. Why, we cannot collaborate and create value for both partners. It's definitely something which is lacking in a big way in the logistics industry. And I think the scope of collaboration in road transportation especially is immense. And there is value to be had on both sides. So if people can work together ethically, they can add a lot of value to their top lines and bottom lines. So that's the thought I would like to leave with all of you. That's excellent. Can I next call on Mr. Mannu Bhalla, who is the Director of Freight Systems, to share his thoughts, please.
Thanks, Ganesh. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Manu Balla, and I'm the Director for Freight Systems. I also have a CSR hat that I wear. I'm also the President of the Warehousing Association of India. So thanks, ICC, for having me here. I just want to kind of go back to some of the points we were talking about related to PPP and GatiShakti and National Logistics Plan in the context of PPP. One of the most talked about PPP ventures which have met success is the multimodal logistics parks that we've spoken about earlier, and the minister also mentioned it. But I want to say one thing is that if today the economy is at $5 trillion, about 20% of that is coming from export of goods and services, which means the balance is not directly related to export. And so the point I'm trying to make, there is a huge domestic economy which also requires, let's say, warehousing and distribution services. And my humble suggestion is that in addition to having PPPs for multimodal logistics parks, which basically focus on EXIM trade, we need to have similar PPP projects for domestic and DTA operations of warehousing. That is a submission from the trade, and we have also presented to DPIIT, and hopefully the ministry will look at it as well. Importantly, I will refer to what Mir was talking about, land. Now, land is the beginning of, let's say, the infrastructure projects. And if we have to set up the kind of warehousing that is needed, that even the minister was stating, we need to have land, because without land, you won't have warehousing. And if we are required to set up warehouses in the MMLB parks, which are 100 or 150 kilometers away from the central business district, it's extremely expensive. So when we talk about bringing down logistics costs, that's going to remain a pipe dream for domestic trade. And the second thing is that if we need to serve this and we want to talk about green building and green processes, bring down the carbon footprint, we have to bring the warehousing industry closer to the city, because the customers and consumption zones are in the city. Now that can only happen if we have land to set up those warehouses. Like Mir said, the largest owner of land is the government. And there is a large number of industrial parks, etc. But warehousing is not permitted in an industrial park, simply because warehousing is treated as a commercial activity. Whereas we are told that the industrial estates are meant for manufacturing and industry. But the warehouses are serving all the industries. So why can't the warehousing and the industries coexist in the same industrial estate? So this is something that, again, we have put up through the association as well as through different forums, that the government may look at it. And this will again help bring the logistics cost down. And at the same time, when we are talking about our commitments to climate change and green processes, this is certainly going to go in a big way. So another point I wanted to make is, the big issue with land is a lot of it, you have to first do the CLU part, right? So you have to do a land conversion and get CLU done, which could take anything from a year to 2 years to get CLU, and then you will build warehousing. So as a policy reform, we would request the government to consider that if somebody's applying for CLU, if it doesn't come in 60 or 90 days, it may be considered as a deemed permission. That will really help bring the efficacy to the whole process, and at the same time reduce the cost, because you are investing in a project and you put away money which is not being used until you get your CLU. One other point I want to touch upon is the recent declaration of infrastructure status to warehousing. And although warehousing has received infrastructure status, there's no real benefit in getting that infrastructure status. Neither do we get cheaper finance, nor do we come back and nor do we get land if we are in the infrastructure status. So I think we need to redefine that what are the benefits that can accrue to warehousing, which is an integral part of infrastructure growth story of India. We need to not only have a tag that you have infrastructure status, but you also need the benefits accrued, so bring in greater investment and participation, not only from local players, but also from international players. The last point I had is on the geospatial mapping, and like Mr. said, sir, that there are a lot of security issues around allowing private industry players to get connected to the GatiShakti platform. But going forward, I'm sure it's going to happen, and why, as well as other stakeholders in the industry, are trying to make their own platform by geospatial mapping of warehouses. And at some point of time, we hope to be able to connect this database with the GatiShakti platform. So not only will we be restricting, I mean, not only will we have data of government-owned warehouses, but also private warehouses. So this is just a few points from my side, and thanks again.
Thank you, Manu Bhai. Very nice presentation. Just wanted to add a couple of anecdotes here. The first warehousing project I had done personally was in Siliguri in North Bengal, which was 250,000 square feet, just about 12, 13 years ago. At that time, people were looking at me funny as if I had two heads. कि कौन इतना warehouse space use करेगा, कैसे use करेगा, and you know, I was a bit jittery myself. Just 10 years down the road, we have million square feet warehouses, 2 million square feet warehouses all over the country. So that's just giving you a reference of the size and scale of the warehousing industry now. And people who have worked in the industry 20, 30, 40 years ago, पहले गोदाम होता था, you know, and now we've moved to warehousing. Now we've moved to grade A warehousing using PEBs, pre-engineered buildings. Some of the best companies in the world are available in India. Some of the Indian companies are competing with the best in the world. And you have project fruition of 6 months for 500,000 square feet as well. So that's tremendous. Again, I'm very, very bullish about the warehousing industry as well. It's seeing good days. And like Manu Bhalla said, that if we could integrate industry with warehousing, it's a great combination to have. And just to further go on what Manu Bhai was saying, that the land conversion rules, if they could be unified and integrated the nation over, that would be a great value add for people. Because usually even now, people who build warehouses in their own areas of residence, influence, business, so have you. But if we had unified laws for warehousing the nation, anywhere in the nation, like we have unified laws for national permits for commercial vehicles now, I think there would be a big boom in warehousing business. So having said that, can I now please call on my last distinguished speaker and colleague, Captain Pankaj Kumar, who's the Director of Diamond Blue Shipping Solutions Private Limited, to please share his views. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanishk, and thank you, Indian Chambers of Commerce, for inviting me. In order to, reduce our logistic costs, which first half we have been talking, we need to do something, out of the box. Like in India, we have total cargo movement as on today is close to 1,300 some MMT, right? Out of which 28% is containerized movement. Rest everything is moving either by bulk or liquid. So if you compare with the developed countries, this movement, the containerized movement, is close to 80%. And I come from, container manufacturing industry. Of course, this industry is very new in India. And we are so new that our association, manufacturing association, is still under formation. so we are very few people, we are in single digit, okay. And if you compare, we are competing with China, because today China is manufacturing world 90 to 92% of container is made in China, okay. And earlier, before 80s, this was headed by US and Europe. So this particular decade is our decade. So hopefully we will try to get some share in India. And a lot of rail operators have approached us, and they are coming up with, I am from sailing background. On board ship, we used to carry 30 ton, maximum 36 ton on normal container. Now rail operator is coming up with some, they are demanding that I need a container where I can carry 3 coil, that is 20 ton each. So 60 ton capacity container we are manufacturing here in India. And we have faced a lot of challenges initially, because though it looks like a simple box, but it is not box. There is a design approval is required, and then a lot of, inspection and testing is required for container. So slowly things are, streamlined, and now we are able to manufacture a good container and quality container. Now our, rail operators are very satisfied with this quality. So quality is not concerned, but still if you compare the China economies of a scale and ours, they manufacture 5,000 container per day. And we are like, we are in 100. So, we have already, in fact, approached to Ministry of Shipping also to get some kind of a PLI, and hopefully soon there will be some, PLI, and then probably we'll be able to compete with Chinese market for EXIM container. Domestic container, we are competitive enough, because in India we have one cabotage law. If you are bringing any imported container from overseas to India, you have to pay 31% custom duty. And then only you can run that particular in domestic rail operation. So that way we are competing with overseas container. But in future, going forward, I think we need some kind of support from government, and of course we will share with you what in this industry need from ICC. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for.
Thank you, Captain Kumar. And I would like to point out that the BLCM rakes that you're talking about, the 67 tonners, we actually run a lot of those open-top V-groove containers, especially for the steel industry. And you're absolutely right, that's a burgeoning requirement. I'm unable to meet my client's requirement. And I think this delta is going to keep growing as the diesel rate keeps going up, and more and more customers find it helpful to send cargo by rail, even though steel coils is a notified commodity, RC5. So the rates are higher, but it's still, if you need to service your clients, so that's not a very large enough cost to deter them. So you're absolutely right, sir. Great time for container manufacturing as such. And our container numbers are going up every year. Large manufacturing will start happening sooner than later. Most of the steel companies or their ancillaries are looking at setting up, container manufacturing. And the times should be good for all of us. So with that, I'd like to thank my panel for sharing their brief thoughts, and I'd like to open it up for any questions. It's a very distinguished panel. On my right, you have people from the air industry. On my left, you have people from the shipping industry. I have some experience in rail. You have people on the track and trace industry. And then you have a senior consultant from Ernst & Young who can give you a holistic picture. So please go ahead with any questions queries, comments that you have. We are happy to take it. Yes.
Can you?
It's a very good question, sir, and it's basically economics 101. The larger the volume or the tonnage of the cargo, the lower the cost freight goes. So ship will be cheaper than rail, rail will be cheaper than a trailer, trailer will be cheaper than a truck, truck will be cheaper than an LCV, and so on and so forth. What we need to address is not only the first mile or the last mile, but the comprehensive chain, which means we need to look at how we can rationalize our terminal handling costs, our end handling costs, our first mile costs, last mile cost, and try to see what is the best solution that comes up. So I'll give you an example. Most of the large manufacturers, steel, aluminum, zinc, any of the basic metals, they all have railway sidings inside their plant. That is a huge cost save to them in terms of handling. So basically anyone who tries to get into rationalizing of the cost has to see where he can build on into his competencies. Because otherwise an ocean freight will always be cheaper, unfortunately, than an inland freight, always, because of the economies of scale.
Do you foresee the waterways that we we are talking nowadays to be used for some kind of freight, goods transport?
So, sir, ocean and waterways, riverine, both have seen a lot of growth, especially in East India. We have a protocol called the Indo-Bangla Protocol route, through which a lot of barges, cargo is moved from India into Bangladesh. Mostly its cargo is one way, which is going from India to Bangladesh. I have personally moved over 500 barges carrying wire rods, steels. The other area in which riverine movements are very, very essential and important are ODCs, over-dimensional consignments, which cannot move by road or rail. That's an area of great competence for river logistics as well as ocean. The third and the most booming part of this is the coastal network. The traction in the coastal shipping in our country has been phenomenal. It took a huge dip during Corona, but again it's getting resuscitated. And obviously the cost in coastal is always going to be lower than inland. So if the customer is okay with slightly longer transits, then coastal becomes a good option for him.
Do you foresee if somehow we are able to integrate ourselves into ASEAN, then this economies of scale, because now the times are of near sourcing,
So again, we have already integrated with ASEAN. There is a highway called the ADB highway, Asian Development Bank Highway, which runs from North Bengal, close to Bhutan border near Phunsholing, goes straight across all of Assam, cuts into Burma, from Burma goes into Thailand, and so on and so forth. So the ADB is already running in our country for the last 4 years.
Thank you.
I have a question, Kanishji. Here.
Sir.
I have a query for Deepak. He mentioned something which in my career I have not heard of from the transportation. I spent most of my career in transportation. I have not heard of something which you just now mentioned, of two transporters collaborating on a forward, two transporters collaborating on a forward and a backward haul. Speaking of, in Kanish's language, economics 101, to whatever limited knowledge I have of economics, from the domestic, my world revolves around the domestic transportation, so let me use that analogy. There is no better free market economy example in the Indian business sphere that I have seen than a domestic surface transport business. Because of negligible entry barriers, because of very limited restrictions in that sense. There is, it is virtually a consumer's market, if I can call it that. What you just referred to, a forward and backward, a forward or reverse haul collaboration, you use the phrase. It's kind of borderline. When Kanishk referred this, I'm not sure how can it be ethically executed, because if two open market service providers are collaborating to do this, it kind of is very strange for me to even hear. If you have some kind of experience in this, I'd like to understand and learn from that, because I don't know of anything which has worked in the last 30 years.
Great. So two things we talked about, Anil. One is that we talked about collaborating among the transport fraternity or the service provider or the surface movement fraternity. That's where I'm referring to. We talked about multimodal, right? So rail, road, ro-ro is what we talked about. There we see that first mile and last mile is going to be a big challenge, because then from here to Chennai probably you will reach in 3 days, and then from Chennai to the next destination it takes about 2 days, and from Delhi to Panvel it will take 1 day. So overall you will reach to the same transit time. So that's where I am referring to partnering and collaborating, that where we can partner with two service provider, two different service provider, where two different function or two different industries speaks to each other. Second thing, among ourselves, somebody is lane player, somebody is a national player, somebody is a regional player. How do we collaborate there? How we collaborate there? And when I say about backhaul and long haul, like for that matter, we collaborate with some of the regional player, and then we say that you become my regional resource, I become your national resource. You become my regional resource, I become your national resource, because the amount of energy will have to be spent in the regional. We talk about think global, act local, right? But to do that, you need to have that expertise. That's where the local player who is specifically into one market, he or she can do a better job than me and you. So if I collaborate with them and they for the local and they collaborate with me for the national, that will be a wonderful scenario. When I talk about backhaul and long haul, front haul and backhaul, what I meant here is that when we have all those kind of geofencing, the industry mapping is taking place. Now from government's perspective, if some incentive is floated that these are the front movement is taking place, but there is no backhaul. Now, if the industry is pushed to those locations, probably this will address issues of all of us. So these are the things which I wanted to refer.
Hello. Hello.
Sorry.
See, when you refer to something about the regional player and the national player, it's kind of partnerships. You are creating partnerships, and these are that can be looked at a very narrow tunneled, individualistic arrangements. When you're talking about collaboration at an industry level or at a government's intervention level, then you're talking about something much more larger and not just your organization or your partnership level. To my mind, as far as forward haul or reverse haul engagements are concerned, as of now, if you alienate yourself from being a service provider yourself and just see the layers of business that we operate in, there is a service provider's layer and there is an operator's layer. The operators are the truckers, the actual truck owners, the fleet owners. And what exactly are those fleet owners doing? They are exactly doing what you just now asked me to. So the forward haul is being done by, say, an Anil Sial named transporter or a truck owner. On the forward lane, he's giving away the truck to a V-Trans. On a reverse haul, he might be actually giving a truck to, say, a Western carrier. And that's the truest, most if I can use that phrase from Kanishk, economics 101 principle of open market economics. It's who's reaping the advantages of it all? The actual consumer, because at both ends of the chain, the real price is getting determined, and that real price is, going to a consumer. So I don't think if you actually put any other compliance or any other intervention, especially the government, you'll actually spoil this further, and which is basically to a most ideal level. Yes, there is certain other aspects that are required, which are governance related, because there's some happening, some unethical practices that are happening because of the lower entry barrier of the unorganized player in play. So some nature of organization is required, and that is where the situation or a predicament is as to how do you do that, and GST is bringing in some bit of those advantages into a more formal sector, if at all that can be used. But I'm not really in sync with this beyond the point of a localized partnership. Your organization can do partnerships with whichever organization that you want to, local, individual, regional, or whatever. My view is slightly different than what you just now mentioned in the collaboration standpoint of view.
So, Anil, to go to any larger, when we look at the larger canvas, right, you will have to experiment while taking a baby steps. So once you start taking a baby steps, you experiment whether it is serving your purpose or not. If that is serving your purpose, you take it forward. If it is not serving your purpose, you take a back seat. So that's all I'm trying to communicate here.
We have time for one last question. Please, sir.
Connecting to the logistic solution, our Bharat mein rural market is the very biggest market. Last year, 26.9% of the tractors sales growth has come. The farmers, most of the farmers use the tractors. Out of 1 year, 2 months only they will use, another 10 months they will keep it aside. So we made a trial in Telangana state. We asked some of the farmers, आपका गाड़ी लेके आओ, माल लेके आ जाओ, पैसे मिलेगा. So farmers started doing this acceptance. So 6 lakhs tractors last year we have sold in Pan India, and they are working in the streets for only 2 months out of 12 months. Why not we think about a farmer's cargo, rural, they will come, they will pick the material, they drop into the district headquarters. Again, they will take some deliveries from the district headquarters. They can go back, where the mileage is also very good in tractor, capacity is also good. And we made a trial, we got through in that. That is first one, sir. Second point, since from morning I am observing, this GatiShakti में जो भी project बन रहा है, ट्रक उठाते हैं, ट्रक खरीदते हैं, उसको registration fees 100% subsidy मिलता है. Road tax 100% subsidy मिलता है government से. And जो logistic का जो बनाते हैं, उसके अंदर 35% subsidy मिल रहा है. When they are availing the subsidies, why they are not coming down the price while transportation charges में? This is what I am observing, railways का और road का comparison कर रहे हैं. But in this GatiShakti project, Telangana state, they have given 3,000 crores for the construction of all these things. But no truck owner is giving any subsidized price for the transportation. And for that further also, sir, one more point. Why not GatiShakti का registrations करके जो भी GatiShakti का avail करते हैं truck owners, they have to go for the pricing in a different way with online. Why you won't develop that into the online system, GatiShakti trucks? This is what I understood, because we have supplied 21 vehicles to our distributor on a scheme. Last 2019, Gadkari साहब थे यहाँ पे ललित होटल में था प्रोग्राम, लॉजिस्टिक का ही प्रोग्राम था वो भी. 6 पॉइंट्स एक्सप्लेन कर रहे हैं. वी हैव परचेज्ड द व्हीकल्स ऑफ महिंद्रा. डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर को टारगेट करके हम लोगों ने उसको 24 मंथ्स में फ्री कर दिया, हम लोग गिफ्टेड कर दिए. टुडे वी आर अनदर 20 ट्रक्स व्हीकल्स ले रहे हैं. फार्मर्स का ट्रैक्टर सो we can use it for our logistic solution in the rural market instead of going into the rural. बिकॉज वन वे का जगह पे टू वे का ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मिल जाएगा उसमें. दिस इज माई ओपिनियन. That is what, sir. I am requesting those. I requesting the honorable people to start a farmers truck का एक बनाने का. Yes. This is not connecting to the. I'll come back to you, sir. If you go to any sugar factory, during the sugar factory, when the canes are coming out, sugar cane, 150 tractors के अंदर भर के रहता है, sir. There is no single accident. I'm talking about, sir, please try to understand, I'm talking about, can we develop any such a type of transportation, building something which is connected to the trolleys and something in a safer way. This is one suggestion. It is not compulsion. ठीक है, sir?
Sir, thank you for your point. One question that I found it's a pertinent question which I would like to answer was that why is the road freight rates not coming down despite whatever benefits? So it's a very simple answer. I run a fleet of trailers. When I started buying trailers 21, 22 years ago, the horse used to cost 14 lakhs. 4018 was the model, Tata, or 4019 of Ashok Leyland. 14 lakhs was the cost of the horse, give or take. 6 to 7 lakhs was the cost of a triple axle articulated trailer. 21 lakhs was your equipment on the road. 55,000 rupees was your EMI. 36 months you paid the EMI. 2 years you had to earn after that. Then you could either scrap it or run it in local, whatever you wanted. The same equipment now, 4625, just the horse costs 30 lakhs, sir. The trailer costs 14, 15 lakhs. If you buy the new 5525 from Tata, that costs north of 36 lakhs, 37 lakhs. It's completely automated, so you need to pay for an AMC for 5 years, 6 years, whatever you want. And the trailers that require pneumatic suspensions, they cannot run without pneumatic suspension. So each unit, which, without getting too technical, which was about 20, 21 lakhs less than 15 years ago, is now 50 lakhs plus. So the road transport fleet, 95% is owned by people who own less than 5 vehicles. Very few people like Safe Express or myself or anyone else. So for them, the economics just doesn't work out, sir. 1,10,000 rupees is the EMI per month for these vehicles now, sir. He was having a tough time paying 55,000. How he will pay 1,10,000? So if the rates come down, I would say new vehicle registration will also sharply drop. Sir, I am not, to be honest, aware of any free registration scheme.
I will send you the link, sir. You can go through that.
Please do, sir.
It is there already. That is the reason I'm asking, sir, with the evidence.
I am not aware of it, sir, so I cannot comment on it. Neither are my colleagues. Registration is state-wise, and the only change that has happened in the last 8 years is earlier there used to be state-wise, taxes.
Yes.
Now it's a pan-India, and you can register it in any state.
Okay.
And the only rule now is that aside from local movement, so suppose you have a Odisha number plate vehicle, it is required for doing local movement in the state. Any interstate movement or intrastate movement requires that state's vehicle.
Yes.
You can have any other state registration if you cross the state border.
Yes.
So example, if you go from Gujarat to come to Bombay where we are, you can have a Gujarat number plate, you can have a Nagaland number plate, Maharashtra number plate. But if you want to apply locally, suppose you want to move, from Morbi, you want to move tiles to some ICD in Gujarat, you will need Gujarat number plates. That's the only specification that is left. But registration charges to my limited knowledge, are all there. There is no free registration as far
Under
as
the
I'm aware.
GatiShakti circular only, it is available, sir, in the state-wise.
So kindly please share it with us.
Definitely, sir.
I'm
Definitely.
happy to look at it.
Please, sir.
Be it the superstructure, etc., will it bring down the cost of the that you just mentioned, 50 lakh, etc.? Composites, I
Sir,
mean to say.
it's very hard to say because equipment manufacturing is a perfect oligopoly. There's only 4 or 5 of them. So they are in a better position to decide what the pricing is. As a user, I have seen that prices go up every quarter, mostly every month. And in the last 21 years, 1st of April, there's always been a price hike of 3%, 4%, 5% to drive up the sales in the last month, which is March right now. So I don't know. About composites, I can tell you as a user that now all the parts are so sophisticated. Earlier, welding करके bumper ठीक हो जाता था, light change हो जाता था, आजकल नहीं होता है. From the time that these double crowns, primers, 4018s, 4526 have come, you have to completely change the entire panel. So the cost of ownership of these equipments has also tremendously gone up. And with DAF and Bharat Stage 4, now Bharat Stage 6, Part 2, the cost of equipment is shooting up to a next level. In fact, most large fleet owners, even few years ago, used to have their own campus where they used to do the preventive and accident maintenance and management. Most of them are being either completely closed or made smaller because most of these new equipments come with AMCs, which is required because most of it is automated now. Yes, sir.
Yeah, maybe this question should be Mihir because he's had a holistic view of this. While we see a lot of airports are modernized, technology adaptation has been quick. Why is it that's not such a fast speed of technology adaptation not happening in the shipping or container industry, the port or seaports or land ports? That I see a lot of adaptation happening in Middle East, US and Europe. Why is that lacking in India, that ports are not technologically savvy as much as airports are? So,
I'd completely disagree on this. I think some of our ports, Mundra Port, Pipavav Port, Gangavaram Port, Vizag Port, are absolutely state-of-the-art, sir. And they have the best infrastructure now, especially the deep water ports that we have in our country. They are next to none. The throughput numbers out of Mundra Port, the throughput numbers out of Gannavaram Port are fantastic. So I think we are early adopters in a lot of technology, and that is proven by the fact that we get so many VLCCs coming into our country, which is the very large cargo carriers. The numbers is going up every year. So I think that we are in the right path. Some of our public sector ports might be lacking in some of the infrastructure and catching up, but our private ports are doing a tremendous job, sir.
I think just to add to Kanishk, I think on the public side, if you see Government of India's policy is now to move to a landlord structure. So you will see greater private sector participation in public ports. You had DP World taking over Tuna Tekra. You had JM Bakshi taking over the 4th container terminal. So I think with private sector participation, technology will follow. I think there's no option, as Kanishk said, that
you mentioned the DP World. Actually, the reason I asked because we did a project, digital twin application for the Dubai ports, where we had created complete automated. They have one of the ports is complete automated, no manual intervention. The whole movement from vessel to yard, yard to vessel, the routing of it, navigation, and efficiency. The demurrage charge is very high. So my meant is that kind of advanced technology adaptation, as it happened in airports, if ports also can do that, efficiency could probably be much higher.
No, I think that certainly, I think having worked in Middle East quite a lot, and also in Europe, we are in that evolution of technology. I agree with you on public ports. But I think with now terminals going to the private sector, because that's where, again, economics 101, technology is going to help bring in efficiencies. And with private sector, you will see significant efficiencies through technology being driven.
thank you guys. We've run out of time. It's been a pleasure interacting with all of you, and a big round of applause for my panelists. They've been tremendous. It's very rare that you get people from the entire spectrum of the supply chain, from air to road, river, land, logistics, and consultancy. So it's been really engaging, and I would like to thank all of you and request all of you to please keep attending Indian Chambers programs. We have a full line of programs that we intend to do in North India as well, and we look forward to all your participation in that as well. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Chairman Sir. Before we end this very engaging session, I would request Mr. Setia to kindly hand over the mementos to our distinguished panelists today. To Mr. Vipin Jain. Thank you.
Thank you.
To Mr. Deepak Kumar. Thank you. To Mr. Mihir Shah. Thank you, Chairman. To Mr. Manu Bhalla. And to Captain Pankaj Kumar. Thank you. This brings us to the end of today's proceedings. May I request all of you for a cup of tea outside if we've got some arrangements, and a group photo, please. Yeah.